Díomh agus fáilteóid go féilne Polska Eire fiche agus fiche hen.
Witamy bardzo serdecznie podczas kolejnej edycji Polska Eire Festiwalu, a tym razem dzień dobry z Kilkenny.
We are now in our 7th edition here in Kilkenny and we have a number of different programs for all ages.
Dokładnie. Każda grupa wiekowa znajdzie coś dla siebie. Wystarczy tylko sprawdzić na naszej stronie dokładny rozkład jazdy i dołączyć.
Make sure you stay tuned to the YouTube channel Studio 10 for all our programming.
Dokładnie. Znajdziecie nas na YouTubie, nazwa Studio numer 10 i tam będziecie razem z nami mogli uczestniczyć w fantastycznym festiwalu tego roku.
Ania, the crack will be?
Dobry.
Crack will be dobre.
Zapraszamy.
Like the waves of the ocean crashing on the cliffs of morn, the western winds are blowing all along the Galway shore. From the high walls of Derry to the rolling hills of Kerry, all across this Irish homeland, there's a welcome at the door. May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. And as the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God, we'll meet again before too long. Oh, the troubles of our world, we leave them at the door. We raise a glass to friends who've passed, remembering them once more. May the luck of the Irish be with you every day. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Let's live for today. May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. As the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God, we'll meet again before too long. May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. As the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God, we'll meet again before too long. May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. As the sun sets in the west, I wish
We hope to see you all in Gorey next year.
And in the meantime, here are the highlights from our previous Polska Eire festivals. And remember, the crowd will be dobry!
Events like today's exhibition, film screening, and meeting with Polish actor is the best example of a vibrancy of the Polish-Irish relations.
I simply like that the fact that it's open to the people. It's not just open to other photographers, which is great. So a wonderful place, a lovely library, and the fact that the photographs are stacked on the shelves or on stands makes no difference. I mean, people will come here and they'll wander, they'll read some books and they'll wander around the pictures and they say, ah, yes, I remember that, or I don't remember that. So yes, this is a living place, and that's a great part of it. I'm most impressed by the fact that the group of Poles who are here have organised themselves in such a fantastic way to produce such a, maybe it's not a great festival, it's a small scale festival because it's not a big city, it's not a big town. But that's just impressive to see how this works. It's great to see the positive interaction between the Irish and the Poles here.
And he wondered, who lives in that castle? Away. Yes, we want her.
Może nam Pan opowie, jak Pan zareagował i co Pan pomyślał, gdy dostał Pan zaproszenie do Irlandii, do Gori na dni polsko-irlandzkie?
No byłem bardzo zaskoczony i było mi bardzo miło, a tak szczerze mówiąc to ja się sam sobie zaprosiłem.
Sitting low, watching TV, thinking about you, wondering if you're thinking about me. Girl, can I say, you do it for me. You tick all the boxes that tickles me. Love, lovely love, I love it. Love, lovely love, lots of it. Love, love, love, lovely love, lovely love. And when I think about you and me, I feel so happy, I feel so free. And girl, can I say, you do it for me. You tick all the boxes that tickles me. Love, lovely love, I love it. Love, lovely love, lots of it. Love, love, love, lovely love, lovely love. When I feel it for the first time, magic fills the air. Yeah. Wanna kiss you, wanna hold you, I don't have a care. Love everywhere. Come and take me in.
Towarzyski mecz. Dobra, jedziemy, spróbujmy coś, no.
Dziękuję bardzo, że zostałem zaproszony i że mam możliwość uczestniczenia w tym festiwalu tak ważnym dla Was tu mieszkających Polaków, ale też dla Irlandczyków. Wiele osób pytało się oczywiście o tą taką technikę, którą wspominałem wczoraj, gipsografię, bo to jest taka technika, którą moja autorska, jak to powstaje. Odbiór sztuki, czy to jest moja, czy kogokolwiek innego, jest różnorodna, bo każdy odbiorca jest inny, ma inną wrażliwość. To nie ma tak, że ja będę mówił, opowiadał i to czym było inspiracją, mogę powiedzieć, ale nigdy nie będę mówił tego ex cathedra jako profesor, bo każdy szuka też w moich pracach, szuka swoich piosenek, szuka swoich reżyserów, których lubi oglądać, lubi słuchać.
Na dzisiejszych wystawach przedstawiam temat samotność, który jest dzisiaj bardzo obecny w dzisiejszych czasach, gdzie mamy telefony, komputery, jesteśmy zamknięci w tym świecie, a nie spotykamy się, nie rozmawiamy ze sobą. Druga wystawa natomiast dotyczy tematu mody, która w obecnej chwili ludzie zatracają się w modzie, chcą wyglądać tak jak inni, a nie czuć się dobrze w sobie. Chciałbym zwrócić uwagę na nich, które są lustra, żeby spojrzeli na siebie, zobaczyli, czy ubierają się tak, jak lubią, jak się dobrze czują, czy tak, żeby jak inni chcą ich postrzegać.
Shook my heart.
accept any responsibility or any of the hard work that has gone into this, because it has all been done by the people in the Polish society. They've been absolutely fantastic.
We're completely tight all the some other part in Poland could use the box a little bit to keep the meat together. So it's really want
It started 3 years ago with the 50 events. We had a very nice chat with the colleagues at the table. Altogether we have 153 events in Ireland and 20 something in Poland this year. Gory was from the beginning. Gory was very imaginative, or I would say even going beyond imagination. You were bringing the cinema, the actors, you brought the famous artists from Poland, just building another bridge, and now just also bringing the cuisine.
That I lifted from the black box of my car. The printed circuit board all fine from days of working double time. I built myself a woman like a soul in a bar. To find myself an electric lady superstar. Just turn on the switch, she came to life. Her black eyes stare right through my door. Double A's, my hopes were raised. Her eyelids flickered from the start, charged enough to break my heart from plans I made. She looked apart since I have watched my girl depart. I've been looking for a replacement part. Genuine, just please their life.
Hey, if we won't start today.
Hey, so what more?
There will be nothing left. I've got all the time that I need. You got all the time that you need to earn and be brave. I got all the time that I need. You got all the things that you need to earn and be brave.
You're just praying it doesn't rain again, aren't
I would like to welcome all, and I can see there's a nice crowd around, even well, despite the weather that we can't really trust today. I would like to welcome all of you here on this fourth edition of Polska Eire Festival, especially our prominent guests. And we have it here, Minister Polkio, we have Mr. Ambassador Ryszard Sarkowicz, our Chairman Joe Sullivan, Joe Dixon, John Hegarty. Big thank you to Gory Town, because without their help, this just won't happen, simply. I want to thank you to our sponsors, but especially to our two main sponsors, and it's Eire Financial Management and Taste of Poland, the Polish shop from Esmond Street. Cycle Against Suicide, thank you for joining us this year. It's amazing experience. A big clap to our bands that agree to play today for us.
Ten ladies and gentlemen, as Cathaoirleach of Gorey Municipal District, I welcome you to opening of the Polska Eire Festival 2018 and this remarkable photographic exhibition of my Kashubia here at the Gorey Library and in Gorey Courthouse. We're delighted to have this opportunity to exhibit beautiful photographic work revealing the charms of the Puck's land and the magnificent landscape and richness of Kashubian culture.
Otwarcie wystawy Moje Kaszuby, oblicza moich Kaszub, nabrały charakteru wyjątkowego. Tu właśnie w Gorej, ponieważ oczekując zawiązania współpracy kulturalnej pomiędzy Ośrodkiem Kultury, Sportu i Turystyki w gminie Puck w Polsce a Stowarzyszeniem Kulturalnym Gorej.pl stało się swego rodzaju charyzmatycznym wyznacznikiem, pokazując kulturę północnych Kaszub, pokazując jej piękno, jej korzenie, jej sztukę. Tu w Gorej nabiera to charakteru przesłania rzeczywiście kulturowego. Z ogromną nadzieją, że możemy się spotkać na różnych płaszczyznach kulturalnych w przyszłości. Podpisanie porozumienia pomiędzy gminą Gorej a Ośrodkiem Kultury, Sportu i Turystyki w gminie Puck ma swoje znaczenie dla dobra wspólnoty polonijnej w Gorej i dla dobra kultury i irlandzkiej, i polskiej.
It is a great pleasure for me to be here today to be part of the opening of the Polska Eire Festival here in Gorey. Mr. Ambassador, I'm very proud to say, as local minister and a local TD, there are almost 4,000 Polish people integrated here in the fabric of County Wexford. And I think that you will agree that the mutual respect and admiration between our two nations have grown even stronger since 2004. And you have made Wexford and Ireland your home and helped create an extremely positive impression of Ireland around the world. Mr. Ambassador, I note that a number of young families and indeed children are here today to celebrate the fine occasion as the Polish community matures, the first generation of Polish-Irish children growing up in Ireland. This is absolutely brilliant event organised by the Polish community.
Wydaje się, że bardzo ciekawym doświadczeniem i miłą właśnie niespodzianką, jakim zaskoczeniem było spotkanie z członkami tutejszego takiego amatorskiego zespołu teatralnego. Wydaje się, że dla mnie to było bardzo owocne spotkanie, no bo każdy, kto w ogóle chce uprawiać teatr, nawet właśnie na sposób amatorski, jest mi bardzo bliski. Z czym się w ogóle chce. Mają swoje zajęcia, mają swoje zawody, mają swoje rodziny, a mimo to chcą się spotykać w wolnych chwilach, w wolnym czasie i poświęcać ten czas, żeby coś wspólnie zrobić. No to jest fantastyczne.
No to takie podziękowania właściwie będą. Podziękowania po pierwsze dla organizatorów tego całego eventu. Stowarzyszenie Kulturalne Gorej.pl. Tworzycie bardzo, bardzo fajną grupę ludzi z pasją, zapaleńców, którzy nie musieli tego robić, a jednak to robią. I to jest z punktu widzenia kogoś takiego jak ja bardzo cenne. Wiem, jak to wygląda, wiem, jak trudno jest o dostępność kultury. Okazuje się, że nie tylko w Polsce, ale tutaj też. A już szczególnie jak duża potrzeba jest wśród Polonii, wśród ludzi, którzy są tutaj, przyjechali z Polski, potrzeba takiego kontaktu z Polską i kontaktu z kulturą polską, z kinem, z teatrem, z muzyką. Więc to, co robicie, jest bezcenne absolutnie. I tutaj mój szacunek za waszą działalność. I dzięki za zaproszenie. No i dziękuję dzisiaj, że w takiej liczbie przyszliście. Konkurencja jest duża, jest sobota, można robić tysiące różnych rzeczy, a jednak zdecydowaliście się przyjść tutaj, obejrzeć film i spotkać ze mną, za co jestem bardzo wdzięczny. Bardzo miło. Mam nadzieję, że jeszcze kiedyś zobaczymy.
It's an honour for me as a Gorey person to be up here representing Cycling Against Suicide and the many other mental health organisations that are here today. The coming together of families, the coming together of communities, and if you look around you, you will see families and communities engaging, and that's what will bring us positive mental health across this country. We're creating links between the Polish community and the wider community around Ireland, which we're going to work on over the next year or two and further. And we're going to grow together to promote mental health. And we're going to do a Dove release, which is about unity, it's about peace, it's about coming together, and it's also an opportunity to remember those who we've lost.
The message conveyed by this festival is very simple. It shows the unity and togetherness of people from different cultural and ethnic backgrounds living together in this beautiful and hospitable country. I would like to express my deep appreciation and thanks to organizers of all the events in festival here in Gorey, organizers led by Mr. Maciej Kochański, for their hard work, enthusiasm, passion and commitment. Thank you very much.
That's it, well done!
You're just praying it doesn't rain again, aren't you?
Better bring her home to bed. 65. That's our music journey Sunday.
This is absolutely brilliant event organised by the Polish community, and it's great to see Cycle for Suicide, the Civil Defence and other organisations that are very much part of the celebration here today.
Brave man.
3, 2, 1, go!
Wybitny artysta i tu możemy doświadczyć jego roboty.
Orange 4, 6, 6.
Excuse me, Mrs. Busybody, will you pass on in if you can?
Drodzy przyjaciele, pozdrawiam z ambasady Irlandii w Warszawie. A chóirde is cúis mór áthas dom ceiliúra live inniu. Dear friends, as Irish ambassador to Poland, I'm delighted to send you greetings from Warsaw to mark the 2021 Polska Eire Festival. As ambassador, it is a particular pleasure to witness Irish and Polish relations going from strength to strength. I'm delighted that the 2021 Polska Eire Festival will happen again this year, not just in Ireland, but also here in Poland. Kilkenny is certainly to the fore in forging ties between our two countries. Each time I pass the medieval stronghold of Malbork Castle in northern Poland, I am reminded of the growing friendships with our Irish medieval jewel, Kilkenny. Kilkenny, of course, is home to one of the largest Polish communities in Ireland. Over many years, the people of Kilkenny have extended the hand of friendship to them and many others who have made the Southeast their home. Like many Poles in Ireland, I know that the Polish community actively contributes and enriches the wider community in Kilkenny. To this end, it is particularly wonderful to see the growth in Irish-Polish families. You are the backbone of our future relationship. It is also wonderful to see that a number of businesses from Kilkenny have opened offices in Poland. This further strengthens the economic and professional ties between our two countries. Working with our trade partners, Enterprise Ireland and Bord Bia here in Warsaw, we are always delighted to see such growth. The Polska Eire Festival is a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the unique, as indeed sometimes shared, aspects of our Polish and Irish heritage, language and culture. Whether you hail from Ireland, from Poland or from further afield, we wish you a fantastic celebration. Życzę wam udanego festiwalu Polska Eire w tym roku.
Hi everyone, it's Dominika Stapa here with Creativity for Wellbeing, and today I wanted to show you what's inside my very first colouring book, self-published with Amazon last year during the first lockdown in Ireland. This project definitely helped me stay grounded and happy, and I'm hoping it's going to bring some joy into your life. This book contains 12 illustrations to colour and frame, if you wish, with positive affirmations for you to reflect on, and I would really encourage you to pick your favorite ones and put it in the frame. I would love to hear your thoughts, so please leave a comment below. Are you experienced with colouring or you're just a beginner? Thanks for watching, and please consider subscribing. In this short video I'm going to show you how to colour big leaves, and I'm going to use 3 shades out of my Faber-Castell Polychromos set. We're going to use phthalo blue, light green, and it is emerald green. And the colouring book is the Botanical Affirmations colouring book by Dominika Stapa, which is me. Okay, let's start with gently colouring the leaf, the whole surface of the leaf with light green, and then I'm adding darker shades just around the corners to create the 3D effect. An important tip: to add the layer in the opposite direction. It's going to help you blend nicely. And here I just realized that I started painting the sky. I thought it was a leaf, but here we're just fixing it. And I really love those pencils. They're soft and blend nicely. I also love the combination of green and blue. Turquoise is one of my favorite colors, so that's something I'm always using, or most of the time using, in the backgrounds whenever I'm coloring or painting. We're also going to use other set just to give you a little bit of comparison. It's Goldfaber Aqua. They are watercolor pencils, about half of the price of polychromas, but I need to admit I love them just as much, or maybe even more. And again, we're going to start with the brightest color, so the brightest shade of green. And the tip is to try to recreate natural shades. So we can see two parrots here. Typically the shade will occur just close to their heads, and then again when the two leaves meet each other. So try to think how naturally you would find the shade, and then add the darkest shades just in those corners. That's going to help you with choosing the spots for the darkest and brightest colors. And I'm adding a blue just for the extra depth. I really like those pencils, they're super soft. And you can use a brush with a little bit of water to blend the colors. It could be either the whole surface of the drawing or just a small element. I would love to hear which is your favorite technique. Do you prefer watercolor pencils or traditional pencils? Feel free to leave me a comment below. I would love to hear your thoughts, and please consider subscribing. Hi everyone, this is Dominika Stapa with Creativity for Wellbeing, and I would love to invite you to join my 17-day mini art journal challenge starting on 1st of March on YouTube. We're going to create mini accordion journals like this one. So all you need is an A3 paper, some scissors, glue, paints like watercolors or any other paints, or colored pencils, pen, and some scraps of paper. Could be newspaper, could be craft paper, packing paper, anything you have. But if you don't have any fancy supplies at home, pen and paper will do. So don't feel discouraged, and I'm really looking forward to see you. It's going to be fun and relaxing and really enjoyable. So please make sure to put it in your calendar, 1st of March on YouTube. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, it's Dominika Stapa with Creativity for Wellbeing, and thank you so much for joining me. This is day 1 of our challenge. We're going to start with creating this beautiful accordion journal. So I'm starting with measuring 6 centimeters, so approximately 2.5 inches, marking a line and then cutting. I'm folding it halfway up until it's quite close to a square shape, and then I'm just folding it properly so it's bending in different directions just to make an accordion. And today's session is going to be a little bit more time consuming than the upcoming 16 days because I'm preparing the background in advance for all the sessions. And this side of the journal is made with watercolors, so I'm sticking to 2 colors per page, maybe a blend of yellow and orange or blue and green. And again, I'm just letting it flow a bit organically. You can always add more color and elements in the upcoming days, but this is just to give us a little bit of structure, and so we feel a bit more encouraged in the upcoming days, and there's no fear of the white paint. And I like the way it flows, and just take time to play with it and enjoy looking at it. I'm just speeding it up with putting it on the radiator, and on the other side I'm using colored pencils. So again, I'm sticking to 1 or 2 colors per page. Here I'm blending burgundy with blue and a bit of orange. And a nice tip when you're colouring and blending colours, go in the other direction as well to avoid strokes. It's going to help you blend smoothly and just go in different directions, and experiment with stripes and lines. It's such a great and fun process. So in the upcoming days, we're going to focus on 1 page per day, and the way I did it with this journal, just to show you, you can either stick just to pictures like colours and abstract or whatever you want, or you can add some words. So for example, you might write down how you feel that day, or how you wish to feel, how you want to feel in the upcoming months. For example, happy, joyful, hopeful, whatever it is. So it could be like a little vision board, something for you to focus, or you can do quotes, whatever you want. And here I'm using scraps of paper. So this is a wrapping paper that I'm using to wrap my coloring books in the studio, and it's very rough just around the edges, and I like to include it on both sides. And again, just with the craft paper, so I'm using an envelope and just bending it on both sides and using the glue. Thanks for watching this first video, and I hope to see you tomorrow for more tips, and please make sure to subscribe. Thank you. Hi everyone, it's Dominika Stapa with Creativity for Wellbeing, and this is day 2 of our mini art journal challenge. We're going to start with decorating the very first page, and I like to add a title. So mini art journal, but you can add your name, you can add a quote, you can add anything you want, or if you're using the journal to focus on how you want your future to look like, you can just add a title or some sort of a keyword, or simply you can just stick with any illustration. Please make sure to tag me. I would love to see your creations, and leave a comment below. I'll see you tomorrow, and please don't forget to subscribe and spread the word. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, it's Dominika Stapa with Creativity for Wellbeing, and this is day 3 of our challenge. Yesterday we worked on our cover page, and today we're starting with adding to our first page. So I chose to use my black pen, and I'm just drawing wavy lines without overthinking it, and then connecting the joints and making it bolder, so it actually looked like neural connections in our brain. It's easy to do, it's fun, you don't need to overthink it. I would encourage you to try it, if not today then some other day. And you can also add some colors. You'll see later on I'm adding a bit of within those new shapes. You can add words within your journal. I really like that. Just to give you an example, you can write down how you felt today, maybe a keyword. You can include quotes or some little messages that you want to remember, or if it's vision board journal and you're focusing on how you want your future to look like, you can just write down how you wish to feel or what you want to achieve. So I chose gloves for this particular page. I'm adding watercolor on top of my colored pencils background, so go ahead and feel free to mix techniques to mixed media. That's why it's called mixed media journal. And I like to add a bit of a dark red and yellow, and just to add a little bit of drama to this drawing. I can see that the red is bleeding to yellow, but that's okay. I'm sure we won't be too bothered. And adding yellow and at the very end I'm going to just fix the black line, so go on top of that again. Thanks for connecting, and please feel free to tag me. I would love to see your progress, I would love to see your comments, and thanks for watching again. Make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribing yet, and help me spread the word, because you can always revisit this challenge at any time of the year. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Hello everyone, it's Dominika Stapa here with Creativity for Wellbeing, and this is day 4 of our mini art journal challenge. Thank you for coming back. On this page I've decided to draw a simple botanical element, and I'm not going to include any words today. I'm using watercolors to add a little bit of life to the background, so you can mix media, and I'm using a bit of green. Please make sure to tag me. I love seeing your artworks, and comment below, subscribe if you're not subscribing yet, and I'm super excited to see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, it's Dominika Stapa here with Creativity for Wellbeing, and this is day 6 of our mini art journal challenge. So I'm going to start with splashing the next page with green watercolor just to add a bit more life. And then I'm using a keyword, and again you can say how you felt that day or how you wish to feel in the future. So I chose joyful, and I like the combination of red and pink and green. It's very contrasting, and to make it even more stand out, I created this dark line, and I'm adding a bit of yellow and orange. And to connect both pages, I'm adding yellow, so you can see it's on both pages, today's page and the next one, just to create this nice effect. When you actually look at it as a whole, it looks consistent. And I'm adding some more black lines just to create the structure. It's like a net in the background. And again, just fixing the lines on top of the watercolor just to make it more visible. I'm just playing with it and observing how the composition changes. Thanks for watching. Please make sure to comment, and please consider subscribing if you're not subscribing yet, and press that bell button, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Witam bardzo serdecznie w moim programie Kawa za nią. Moim dzisiejszym gościem jest Joanna Opatyńska. Witam serdecznie. Może na początek pokażę Państwu coś niesamowitego, co wyszło właśnie spod rąk tej niesamowitej kobiety, która dzisiaj do mnie przyszła. Jeszcze raz bardzo dziękuję, że w ogóle znalazłaś czas dla mnie. Powiedz mi tak na początek, skąd się wzięłaś w Irlandii? Jak to się potoczyło?
Ojej, to było tak dawno temu. Wiesz co, to był rok 2005, jak pamiętam. Wyjechałam dopiero co...
Czyli co, w szkole podstawowej wyjechałaś do Irlandii?
Nie, no to
2005?
2005, tak. No ja już trochę lat mam, ale się chwalić nie będę. Chodzi o to, że miałam tutaj znajomego i to był tylko taki impuls wakacyjny, bo akurat skończyłam szkołę średnią, miałam zacząć studia i mówię, a jest szansa po prostu sobie może coś zarobić przed tymi studiami, zobaczyć jak to jest. No i gdyby nie to, że miałam tu znajomego, no to chyba bym się na to nie pokusiła, ponieważ no, ja nie miałam języka angielskiego w szkole w ogóle i po prostu to była dla mnie największa bariera, przeszkoda, żeby wyjechać do kraju, gdzie rozmawia się głównie po angielsku.
I to jeszcze,
po angielsku.
Powiedzmy sobie szczerze, że ten angielski jest inny angielski niż uczymy się go w Polsce, w szkole, prawda?
Tym bardziej nie miałam nawet porównania, bo go w szkole nie miałam i to dla mnie był taki skok na głęboką wodę. No ale mówię sobie, no dobra, zobaczymy jak jest, zawsze przecież można wrócić. No, nie rzucam się tak, prawda, już wszystkiego, tylko zawsze mam dokąd wrócić, więc sobie spróbuję. No i to były tylko oczywiście 3 miesiące wakacji przed studiami, no i okazało się, że się na te studia dostałam, no i trzeba było wrócić, no bo jak już się dostałam, no to szkoda byłoby to zaprzepaścić. I wróciłam na rok na studia, po czym jednak to nie było chyba to, czego ja oczekiwałam. Bo jakoś sobie to troszkę inaczej wyobrażałam, chociaż kierunek...
Jaki to był kierunek właśnie?
To było projektowanie ogrodów i terenów zielonych, czyli architektura krajobrazu.
Ale coś tam chyba w głowie zostało, ponieważ widziałam Twój ogród. Szkoda, że nie mogę go dzisiaj pokazać, ale muszę Państwu powiedzieć...
To następnym razem zapraszam z kamerą do ogrodu.
Jeżeli ktokolwiek chce zobaczyć, jak wygląda zaczarowany ogród w Kilkenny, to znajdziecie Asię na pewno na Facebooku i coś takiego pomoże Wam stworzyć we Waszym własnym ogrodzie. Polecam z całego serca. No dobrze, kontynuuj. Co dalej?
No i tak, ogrody to była jedna z wielu moich pasji ogólnie, dlatego taki kierunek wybrałam. Natomiast wcześniej skończyłam technikum hodowli koni, co też jest takie dość inne, no bo zazwyczaj ludzie wybierają powiedzmy jakieś ogólniaki, jakieś
mamy technikum i tak dalej.
Tak, konie to jest też główny, no jeden z główniejszych, mogłam powiedzieć, tematów moich obrazów. Ogólnie zwierzęta, natura, przyroda, tak, to jest mój konik, bym powiedziała. To są moje pasje. Tak?
To są prace Asi, które właśnie Państwu przedstawiam. Jedne z moich tak naprawdę ulubionych. Konie są niesamowite. Jest też niesamowity jeszcze jeden obraz, prawda Asia? Opowiedz coś o tym.
A to jest bardziej z pasji mojego taty, ponieważ on jest myśliwym, bardzo lubi polować i nieraz zabiera mnie do lasu na wycieczki i po prostu ja jestem wychowanym dzieckiem w lesie i
przyznam się, że
bardzo mnie fascynują takie krajobrazy.
Ciągle liczę, że kiedyś zmieni ścianę i
wyląduje u Ciebie.
Tak, wyląduje u mnie.
Może się dogadamy, nie jest powiedziane, że nie. Może będę zmieniać wystrój, to Ci dam znać, jak będę zmieniać wystrój u siebie w salonie.
Asia, powiedz skąd w ogóle to się wzięło wszystko, bo powiedzmy szczerze, że taki talent nie pojawił się nagle z dnia na dzień na pewno. Tutaj ogrody, tutaj obrazy. Skąd to się wzięło u Ciebie?
To chyba płynie w moich żyłach, bo moja mama jest artystką. Moja mama zaszczepiła we mnie to wszystko, kontynuowała, była moim pierwszym krytykiem, co oczywiście mi jako dziecku bardzo nie pasowało. No bo wiadomo, że ja wiedziałam wszystko lepiej. Dla mnie to był najpiękniejszy obraz, jaki mogłam stworzyć, najpiękniejsze rysunki. A ona zawsze coś tam swojego musiała dołożyć, no bo to nie tak, to nie tak, to nie tak. Zwłaszcza jeśli chodzi o rysowanie ludzi, czego ja nie bardzo lubię. A ona właśnie w tym się specjalizowała, że tak powiem. Ona bardziej lubiła rysować ludzi, natomiast ja szłam w przyrodę, zwierzęta, krajobrazy i w tym się czułam dużo lepiej. A ona zawsze właśnie próbowała pokazać mi właśnie po swojemu, jak to można jeszcze zrobić lepiej. No i bardzo jej za to dziękuję, bo oczywiście dzięki niej ja mogłam rozwijać dalej to, co do tej pory tworzę, prawda? Bo to wszystko na przestrzeni tych lat musiałam udoskonalać i ona była właśnie jedną z tych osób, która to kontrolowała i dzięki niej mogłam to po prostu udoskonalić na tego stopnia, jakim jest teraz.
Czyli ta krytyka była dobra,
Jak
tak?
najbardziej konieczna. No oczywiście ja to teraz doceniam po latach, jak to zazwyczaj docenia się rodziców dopiero po latach, natomiast wtedy no rzeczywiście bardzo mi to nie pasowało. Ale widzę skutki pozytywne tego i cieszę się z tego bardzo. Natomiast jeśli mam okazję malować dla siebie, to tak jak tu widzisz, to są obrazy, które są u mnie, wiszą u mnie. Tak. One były stworzone tu w Irlandii w roku 2007 bodajże. Tam nawet data jest. Wtedy, kiedy ja przyjechałam właśnie tutaj do Irlandii po tym roku studiów, kiedy zdecydowałam się, że wezmę jednak urlop dziekański i wrócę do Irlandii z powrotem. Bo jednak, tak jak mówiłam, te studia to nie było to, co bym sobie wyobrażała. I wróciłam, dałam sobie jeszcze raz szansę i tak już zostałam przez 15 lat.
No proszę.
I tak już tu zostałam. Tutaj już teraz moje życie bardzo należy do tego miejsca, do Kilkenny właśnie. Od samego początku byłam w Kilkenny i Kilkenny tak mi przypadło do gustu. Jako takie małe miasteczko, wszystko na jednym miejscu można mieć i wspaniałe parki, krajobrazy i jednocześnie infrastruktura. No i pracę tutaj też mam po prostu ciągle stałą. Czuję się bezpiecznie, stabilnie. Mam czas, żeby tworzyć, żeby się rozwijać i
zapamiętam
moje
to następnym
pasje,
razem, jak będziemy rozmawiać o jakichś obrazach, to przypomnę, że mówiłaś, że masz czas na tworzenie.
Tak, znaczy no, bardzo ogólnie to powiedziałam, bo to na przestrzeni 15 lat, natomiast w ostatnim czasie
zostałaś mamą.
Zostałam mamą
jak
i
ta
mój czas
rola w Twoim życiu wygląda, powiedz?
No trochę bardziej wymagająca niż tworzenie artystyczne obrazu, bo tam też trzeba mieć dużą wyobraźnię, żeby sobie z dzieckiem poradzić na początku. Wiadomo, multum doświadczeń zwala się na głowę, no ale no wiadomo.
Ale
no my jesteśmy
fantastycznie, więc chyba nie jest źle.
Nie jest źle, ale to pewnie zasługa tego, że oprócz pasji, jeśli chodzi o obrazy, również moją pasją jest zdrowe odżywianie się, pielęgnacja naturalnej kosmetyki, naturalne, zdrowe odżywianie
Miałaś
się,
przygodę,
dieta.
prawda? Jeżeli chodzi o jakby może, nie wiem, produkcję, tworzenie kosmetyków.
Tak, jak najbardziej. Zaczęło się to też bardzo tak impulsywnie, ponieważ ja dążyłam do tego, żeby być może nie niezależną, ale po prostu nie lubiłam tych wszystkich drogeryjnych kosmetyków, których
Czyli
się...
chciałaś stworzyć coś, co sama mogłabyś stosować, tak?
Tylko i wyłącznie bardzo zaprojektowane pode mnie, tak? No bo nie
Rozumiem.
chodziło mi zupełnie o ich sprzedaż czy jakąkolwiek komercję, tylko po prostu szukałam czegoś dobrego dla siebie, ponieważ już byłam zmęczona kupowaniem co rusz to nowych kosmetyków, wydawaniem pieniędzy i potem po jednym użyciu okazywało się, że to nie jest to. No i potem zostawało mi tam mnóstwo starych tubek, jakichś tam buteleczek, które były niezużyte, no i szkoda mi było, bo ja po prostu nie należę do osób, które wyrzucają pieniądze w błoto, nie chciałabym, żeby tak były użyte, więc stwierdziłam, że lepiej zainwestować w coś, poduczyć się trochę tego, bo to też jakby nie było, trochę jest moją pasją. Ja bardzo lubię biologię, od botaniki po właśnie biochemię i tak dalej, więc mnie to bardzo ciekawiło, interesowało i próbowałam się też w to troszkę wdrożyć głębiej, tak samo dla siebie, dla własnej wiedzy, dla własnej satysfakcji
Ale
i
to
potem
nie jest
próbować.
Z tego co wiem, bo tutaj też lubisz malować ludzi, ale wiem, że nie do końca żywych.
Tak, to też jest ciekawy.
Opowiedz o tym, bo to jest ciekawy temat.
Kolejna gałąź.
Zastanawiałam się, czy trzeba sobie rezerwować miejsce na taki makijaż w takim razie. Ten makijaż ostatni.
No zależy, lepiej zarezerwować jeszcze zanim się umrze, tak, żeby to było, można
zaplanować,
sobie zaplanować
ale...
wcześniej. Właśnie.
Skąd w ogóle taki pomysł? Opowiedz o tym, bo to jest naprawdę coś niesamowitego.
Tak, kolejna gałąź, kolejne doświadczenie w moim życiu, jeśli chodzi o sztukę, o tworzenie. Ja po prostu tutaj akurat miałam duże pole do popisu, jeśli chodzi o Irlandię, ponieważ Irlandczycy świętują w październiku, w listopadzie. To jest święto zmarłych u nas, a tutaj po prostu Halloween.
Tak.
No i na Halloween, wiadomo, oni się tutaj cieszą, nikt nie płacze, tylko się wszyscy przebierają właśnie za różne takie postacie kościotrupów zmarłych
Czyli
i tak
coś
dalej.
takiego jesteś w stanie
dokładnie.
stworzyć na twarzy, tak?
Absolutnie tak.
Jeżeli do Ciebie
takie,
zadzwonię
albo nawet i lepsze.
w październiku i poproszę, abym na Halloween wyglądała
tak, to jest
jesteś w stanie
akurat
to
kubek,
zrobić?
który powstał w okresie Halloween właśnie, bo miałam akurat taką wenę twórczą, że może coś w tym stylu mogłam spróbować, a rzeźba, no nigdy jakoś tak nie miałam okazji typowo rzeźbić, typu garnków jakichś czy rzeźb, ale kiedyś zainspirowałam się właśnie chyba w internecie jakimś zdjęciem i po prostu mówię, nie, no ja muszę zobaczyć, jak to się robi, czy to się da w ogóle zrobić w ten sposób, no bo nie mam żadnego pieca specjalnego do wypalania, nie chciałam jakoś tak bardzo dużo rozwijać się w tym kierunku, tylko spróbować po prostu, jak to będzie. I właśnie to jest taki prototyp mojej pracy w tym kierunku, ten kubeczek tak powstał, a tematycznie zainspirowany właśnie Halloween. No
nie twój partner osobisty przypadkiem?
Jeszcze nie.
Jeszcze nie,
a kto wie, jak będzie później, może coś
co z nim będzie.
Tak. No i to Halloween właśnie też było właśnie takim natchnieniem, ponieważ ludzie byli zainteresowani tymi makijażami, charakteryzacją, przychodzili, byli bardzo zadowoleni, świetnie się bawili w tych kostiumach i z tą charakteryzacją, więc ja tak sobie kiedyś pomyślałam, mówię, jak to jest, że ja charakteryzuję żywych ludzi na umarłych, a ciekawe, czy jest coś takiego, co charakteryzuje ludzi umarłych na żywych. I zaczęłam wtedy szukać po internecie, bo akurat w tym temacie nie miałam jeszcze żadnej wiedzy i bardzo mnie to ciekawiło.
Ciekawe, szkolenie w malowaniu.
Tak. I powiem Ci, że znalazłam, nie było tego dużo, może to jest jakaś tam dziedzina niszowa, może to się dopiero rozwijało, bo to było kilka lat temu. To było kilka lat temu, to było jakieś 5 lat temu, tak. I znalazłam i to nawet w Polsce, że mogłam sobie po prostu zapisać się na taki kurs, pojechać do Polski, zrealizować moje marzenie, zrobić ten kurs, no i po prostu usatysfakcjonować swoją ambicję po prostu w ten sposób, bo mnie to po prostu bardzo ciekawiło. To nie było nawet takie, że ja pójdę zaraz i będę malować umarłych, tak, gdzieś po domach pogrzebowych, ale po prostu z ciekawości, naprawdę z ciekawości, jak to jest obcować
co się kryje
z takim...
w Twojej głowie?
No ciekawość.
Ale to jest ciekawe, to jest chyba dusza artysty. Uważasz się za artystkę?
To znaczy ja mam może nie aż tak wysokie mniemanie na ten temat, bo artyści to są dla mnie, to są takie lekkoduchy, to są ludzie, którzy to wybrali, bo są obdarowani
artystką? Czy patrząc w lustro,
naturę,
patrząc na swoje prace, mówisz sama sobie, jestem zdolna?
Znaczy się podobają mi się czasami, powiem Ci w ten sposób na to patrzę. Mam jakąś wenę, coś mi się bardzo podoba na zdjęciu, na przykład znajdę to, wyszukam w internecie, czy widzę na jakimś zdjęciu i mówię, to jest super, to mi się podoba, ja bym to chciała namalować. I to jest coś, co właśnie jest tą weną. Nachodzi mnie wena, ja mogę rzucić wszystko i teraz w tym momencie zaczynam to malować, przynosić na płótno i mnie to usatysfakcjonuje ta praca. Po czym maluję, bo to wiadomo, to jest jakiś proces, to nie trwa tam 5 minut.
Musimy nadmienić, że to się właśnie nie dzieje.
2, 3, czasami nawet 1 czy 2 dni. I ja tak patrzę na ten obraz i tak myślę sobie, kurczę, dokąd to zmierza? Bo tak na razie jak na niego patrzę, no to tak, no widzę go w efekcie końcowym, ale to na tym etapie jakim jest, no to jeszcze tego nie przypomina. I najczęściej właśnie nie lubię, kiedy ktoś wkracza w tą przestrzeń, kiedy ja maluję i ktoś przychodzi i widzi ten obraz właśnie w połowie drogi, albo gdzieś na początku, albo gdzieś nieskończonego. I wtedy ktoś sobie myśli, ja pierdzielę, co to jest w ogóle za bazgroła?
A jeżeli to będzie Twoja mama?
Moja mama pewnie będzie komentować dopiero to, co będzie na samym końcu.
Pozdrawiamy serdecznie mamę. Na pewno.
Skomentuję to, co będzie na końcu, bo ja dopiero pewnie przyjdę z nią, jak już będzie...
Bo ona zna to od podszewki, wie, czym
tak.
to się je.
Jak przyjdę po ocenę, to już ocenę efektu końcowego.
Ale powiedz mi, czy jesteś artystką? Czy uważasz się za artystkę w takim razie?
Co znaczy się artystka? Kim jest artysta? Ja uważam siebie za osobę, która ma zdolności i która te zdolności po prostu stara się wykorzystywać. Tak.
Fantastycznie. No ja muszę powiedzieć ze swojej strony, że dla mnie jesteś niesamowitą osobą, bardzo zdolną i mam nadzieję, że to Twoje ego troszeczkę się podniesie do góry i więcej wiary w siebie. Wiem, że wierzysz w siebie po tym, co robisz, aczkolwiek chyba nie do końca zdajesz sobie, jak bardzo jesteś utalentowana. Bo tak naprawdę we wszystkim, bo widziałam Twoje prace na płótnie, widziałam to, co potrafisz zrobić z ogrodem, to, co potrafisz zrobić na twarzy, nawet kamienie widziałam, które pomalowałaś i to jest niesamowite. Z mojej strony ogromny, naprawdę, że tak powiem młodzieżowo, szacun za to, co robisz i mam nadzieję, że bardziej uwierzysz w siebie. Wiem, że wierzysz, ale że będziesz jeszcze bardziej pewna tego, kim jesteś, bo jesteś kimś naprawdę niesamowitym i mam nadzieję, że dostanę zaproszenie na jakąś wystawę.
Dziękuję. A ja myślę, że jakąś wystawę możemy zrealizować oczywiście z Twoją pomocą, bo masz mega możliwości do tego i na pewno bez tego się nie obejdzie.
Tutaj będziemy potrzebować kogoś z zewnątrz, może ktoś się odezwie do nas, bo myślę, że jeszcze raz pokażę, jest to coś, co warto przedstawić, warto pokazać tą niesamowitą dziewczynę, która tworzy takie cuda. I o jednym nie powiedzieliśmy. Skąd pochodzisz w ogóle z Polski?
Z Polski, no właśnie tak jak napomknęłam, z takiego malowniczej, bardzo małej wioski Międzygórze w Kotlinie Kłodzkiej, gdzie jest wspaniałe miejsce do tworzenia właśnie dla artystów. Mi się zdaje, że to jest naprawdę mega piękne miejsce do tworzenia, ponieważ można się tam wyciszyć, można poobcować z naturą w każdej porze roku, zima, jesień, wiosna, wszystkie pory roku są tam wspaniałe. Ja miałam tą okazję dorastać w tym miejscu, chodzić tam do szkoły, żyć i obcować właśnie z tą naturą non-stop, więc może też stąd ta artystyczna dusza taka we mnie wyrosła.
Czyli wychowałaś się w malowniczym krajobrazie, tak?
Tak, właśnie.
I uważasz, że Irlandia również jest malownicza?
Jest bardzo zielona, jest wspaniała, tak, bardzo mi się tu podoba też właśnie pod tym względem, że jest dużo zieleni i cieszę się, że mogę mieszkać w takim małym miasteczku, jakim jest Kilkenny, bo właśnie tu jest wszystko to, czego potrzebuję. Ta cisza i spokój z jednej strony, jak tylko wychylisz głowę troszkę poza miasto.
A jednak niczego nie brakuje, prawda?
Jednak niczego nie brakuje, wszystko masz na wyciągnięcie ręki, czy sklep, czy szpital, prawda, takie wszystkie podstawowe rzeczy, które potrzeba człowiekowi do życia, nie wymagającemu, bo ja akurat nie jestem osobą imprezową, nie lubię uczestniczyć w takim bardzo masowym, jakiś zbiorowym.
Joasia mówiła w ogóle na początku, że nie wie, czy może przyjść do mojego programu, ponieważ nie będzie wiedziała, co mówić. Proszę Państwa, ja chyba zacznę palec do góry podnosić, żeby mogła się odezwać.
To stres. Asiu, to stres tak powoduje chyba.
Nieprawda, uwierzcie mi, ona tutaj naprawdę nas robi. Ale Asiu, jesteś wspaniała, jesteś niesamowitą artystką. Bardzo Ci dziękuję, że miałaś ochotę w ogóle przyjść i poświęcić swój czas, że przyniosłaś te fantastyczne prace. Państwa zapraszam do śledzenia strony Asi na Facebooku, prawda? Na pewno będzie można Cię wygooglować, znaleźć.
Oczywiście.
I w okresie Halloween zgłosić po jakiś fajny makijaż, tak?
Zapraszam,
więc polecam
oczywiście.
serdecznie. I jeszcze raz dziękuję. Dziękuję za to,
Ja
że
również
przyszłaś.
dziękuję za zaproszenie. Bardzo cieszę się, że mogłam uczestniczyć w programie. Dziękuję.
One, two, three, four.
Accept yourself. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes. Believe in you. You have the power.
كأني إنسان. لما بتبقى ماشي بوجهك ابتسامة، لما بعيونك بطمن عيون قلقانة، لما إيدك بتساعد حدا خايف، لما بقلوب البشر نشوف العنف عم بيزيد الطيبة يلي فينا عم نقطعها من الوريد. إنسان راقي راقب عقله مو بشكله، رافض العنف وعارف وين بوصله. اسمع، ارفعوا قيمة الإنسان حتى يغلى.
خليك واثق بحالك واستمتع بحياتك، طريقك ماله نهاية وانت بطل الرواية. خليك واثق بحالك واستمتع بحياتك، طريقك ماله نهاية وانت بطل الرواية. خليك.
Yo, listen, I go through it, you go through it. Something deep in our hearts, we try to let it out, but we can't. Like a caterpillar in its cocoon. We know the beauty that comes along with it once we make the move. But no, we are so scared of what society think about us, so we keep on hiding, fighting, and harming ourselves. I get it. You like to come out like a brave soldier, standing up in front of the crowd saying, I am the person that you try to oppress. But I'm free like a butterfly and spreading my wings. But no, society will box you back in like a bird flying up in the sky looking for a butterfly to pin. But you have to realize that life is what you make it, but not how you see it. So believe, transform, and you no longer have to conform. Come on.
Accept yourself. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes. Believe in you. Believe in you. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes. Accept yourself. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes. Believe in you. Believe in you. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes. Accept yourself. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes. Believe in you. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes. Accept yourself. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes. Believe in you. You have the power. You are strong. Yes, you can. You have all what it takes.
I'm Martin Beans-Ward. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm a human rights activist, an egalitarian, an animal lover, a walker on beacher. I'm a traveller and I'm LGBT. We are an indigenous group of people who come from Ireland, and we are nomadic. That was our lifestyle. That's exactly how our traditions unfolded. We have our own language called Shelta, or Gammon or Cant, as the other dialects. And unfortunately in Ireland, those parts of our history have been whitewashed out of the history books. Marginalised groups tend to hold on to their traditional values a lot more because that tends to be their historic norm. That's where their culture lies. However, culture is an adaptive term. What is culture but the consensus of the community? But if the community is continually adapting and becoming different, and there are new people within the community through intersectionality, well then the culture changes. And that needs to change. That needs to adapt with the times and with the people that are there. So I waited until I was at a point where I was, I suppose, secure within my career to come out. And I did it at a time that it was Pride for Galway. The media were there and they conducted an interview then after that. And I remember saying it to my friends, this is why I want to do it. How do you gear this towards people who haven't come out yet? And I wanted to normalise it. I wanted to show that there is a correlation in the mentality of what I was going through, fighting for my own justice and my right to be myself. And I was making the correlation to show exactly that the travelling community have been doing that themselves to get, to fight against discrimination. And I was showing them that, what you really should be looking at is fighting together towards a common goal, which is to get rid of all forms of discrimination. There's a clear message of camaraderie, of fighting a fight together. And I think that's where the LGBT community need to step in, because with intersectionality, The LGBT community are the largest community across the world, I think, because we have connections to every different group, every class, every colour, every creed. We have people in all of those. Why can't we all come together and use that shared knowledge and say, you know what, through intersectionality, I know now what it's like to be Roma and LGBT. I also know what it's like to be a woman, LGBT and Roma. You know, and through that we can, I suppose, categorise where the issues lie, you know, most effective to fight towards.
There is no more symbolic way of integration than exchange of blood.
I always wanted to donate, but there were some excuses, and then I have different things on my mind. And actually, thanks to that campaign, we were, as a Forum Polonia, invited to participate in that campaign. And I said, look, if you are joining the campaign, I need to donate, and that's about the time to do it. I'm a little bit nervous, all right, because that's my first time. I'm drinking water to ensure that I won't faint. But no, I was assured by others who actually donated the blood previously. That's not a big deal in terms of donating, but of course big deal of helping others. Now we are here now in Ireland for the last number of years, and we contributed into the Irish society in many ways, and that's another way of showing that contribution, that we are donating the blood to others, to our neighbors, to our friends.
I got this idea from a friend of mine. She's a Polish woman living in Edinburgh, Joanna Zawadzka, and she started similar campaign a couple of years ago where the whole discussion around Brexit started. So she was at the receiving end of a lot of negative comments, and Bloody Foreigners was one of them. For us, it's about reclaiming the title. It's about taking back these negative connotations from this title and turning that into something positive. In the end of the day, it's about showing that Polish people are part of this community. This is our home, this is where we live, where we raise our children, and we want to give something back because we're receiving a lot from this community, so we want to give something back. I donated 10 times already. This is my 10th anniversary pin that I got last time, and this will be my 11th donation here in Ireland. But I've been a blood donor since I turned 18, so I've donated 10 times back in Poland and now 11 times in Ireland.
I've already donated 2 times, and that'll be my 3rd time donating blood today. Well, I was kind of influenced by my dad because he was a regular donor when he was living in Poland and he was in the army, so I always knew that he was an active donor. And when I started working in IBTS and I realized how the blood is being processed and how much we use it, I just thought it's the next logical step to do, and I become a donor. And it's not that hard. The people are really friendly here, so it's a really pleasant experience, although the needles are involved.
I will encourage all of the people, not only Poles, not only Irish, to donate blood, but all of the migrants who are here in Ireland to go and donate the blood, because there is a need for blood in Ireland, and we can help.
I've been in Ireland for 3.5 years.
The first year was really difficult because
all the international kids, we always had to grow up a bit,
I had really bad English, and I couldn't the people talking so fast, so I thought it was another language than English.
My advice to youth work organisations engaging with ethnic minority youth for the first time, first of all, make sure that the space has a culture of openness, and that they're going to be open to young people from different backgrounds coming in the door.
My friends told me that there's a club inside the group, international student, so you can come. And I was looking forward to come because there was only international student, and they have same level of English, so they can understand me, I can understand them.
It's looking at those obstacles that are in place, so whether it's financial, whether it's cultural.
For me, I was alone and I came, and there was no other Mongolians in school, so bullying and all, it was quite hard. Honestly, unfortunately, it always seems to be the foreign kids who stick together for some reason. I think there's a reason behind that, because I don't know, we all feel a bit insecure about because we can at any time we can say a wrong sentence, we can say wrong grammar.
It's about letting those young people know that the services are open to them, because although it might seem obvious to us on the other side of that door, it's not always obvious to the young person.
Well, you're not allowed inside. So I said, okay.
I've seen the girls down there, they're doing a project, right? And they're thinking about business ideas, savings, which way you can live a better life, about culture, combining with other people. So you get to know about this from here, literally.
Youth workers themselves can definitely always benefit from maybe engaging with other training opportunities. Obviously, if you're working with young people who come from backgrounds where there's been maybe conflict in their country, or they don't have a family support system here in Ireland because they're alone, to be sensitive to the fact that any discussions around family or community might be quite difficult for them because they're things they maybe lack.
It's important to meet new people and to see that you're not alone there, to compare yourself to other people that a second language. It's okay to have different accent and different point of views.
Tikras grožis yra sąmoningas protas. Keep crossing borders.
Odwaga to wiedza o tym, czego nie należy się bać. Keep crossing borders.
Nu ne putem rezolva problemele cu aceeași gândire pe care am folosit-o atunci când le-am creat. Keep crossing borders.
Nifret çox problem yaradı bu dünyada, amma heç vaxt bir dənə də həll tapmayın. Keep crossing borders.
Iets zal altijd onmogelijk lijken totdat het gedaan is. Keep crossing borders.
Ако не можеш да леташ, тогаш трчај. Ако не можеш да трчаш, тогаш оди. Ако не можеш да одиш, лази. Она што е најважно е да продолжиш да се движиш напред. Keep crossing borders.
Nous réalisons l'importance de nos voix lorsqu'on nous oblige à nous taire. Keep crossing borders.
Ní hí an ceist cé a tarfaigh cuid dom, ach cé a cuirfaigh stoplam. Keep crossing borders.
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਨੱਚਦੇ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਲੋਕੀ ਸਮਝਦੇ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਪਾਗਲ ਸੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਸਮਝਦੇ ਉਹ ਪਾਗਲ ਆ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗਾਣੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣਨੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ Keep crossing borders.
Te magad légy a változás, amit látni szeretnél a világban. Keep crossing borders.
The most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is merely tenacity. Keep crossing borders.
Крыша на голову часто не позволяет людям расти. Keep crossing borders.
Αν κρίνεις τους ανθρώπους, δεν έχεις χρόνο να τους αγαπήσεις. Keep crossing borders.
Es ist besser, eine Kerze anzuzünden, als die Dunkelheit zu verfluchen. Keep crossing borders.
Sekreti i ndryshimit është të fokusojmë të gjithë energjinë tonë jo në të shkatruar të vjetrën, por në të ndërtuar të ren. Keep crossing borders.
L'amore è capace di conquistare tutto. Arrendiamoci all'amore. Keep crossing borders.
La acción es la clave fundamental de todo éxito. Keep crossing borders.
Gel. Gel. Ne olursan ol, yine gel. İster kafir, ister mecusi, ister puta tapan ol, yine gel. Bizim dergahımız ümitsizlik dergahı değildir. 100 kere tövbeni bozmuş olsan da yine gel. Keep crossing borders.
Let's talk about climate justice. The term climate justice evolved from the concept of environmental justice, emerging in the discourse in the 1980s. Environmental justice conceptualized the unjust disposal of toxic waste in predominantly Black American areas in the United States. The aim of the movement was to rethink environmental issues as social issues by ensuring that ethnic minorities and low economic sectors of the population were not disproportionately affected by adverse environmental impacts or hazards. This was done by applying principles of social justice and human rights, such as every individual has dignity, the elimination of inequity, establishing environments that are supportive of all people. In time, the environmental justice movement moved beyond the toxic waste to include the impact of climate change, giving rise to what we know today as climate justice. Climate justice considers the way in which the climate crisis disproportionately impacts marginalized community. Climate justice is a human-centered approach to climate activism that takes into consideration the common factor that ties the climate movement to other worldwide movements such as workers' rights, racial justice, gender equality, indigenous sovereignty, and many more. 3 easy ways to break down the discourse on climate justice. 1. Recognizing that at the global level, those who are the least responsible for climate change suffer its gravest consequences. 2. At the community level, marginalized groups are typically the most exposed and vulnerable to the effect of climate change. 3. The generation level. The idea that present generation have certain duty towards future generation, framing the refusal of young people today to allow for more inaction from people in power. Now, think about some inequalities and injustice that you are aware of in your life, your community, the global community. Think how these inequalities will be exacerbated by climate change. Whatever reason you come up with is exactly why climate action is not enough. We must demand equitable, fair, inclusive solution to the climate crisis. And that is what climate justice is all about.
In the Philippines, we lost more than 10,000 people in 2 hours. The waters are rising and warming. We are catching less fish. Have you heard stories like these? The Philippines is one of the most vulnerable countries to the impacts of climate change. Since the Industrial Revolution began 200 years ago, gases like carbon dioxide and methane have been slowly building up and warming the planet. They are the products of industrial human activities like deforestation, agriculture, and most of all, the burning of fossil fuels like oil, gas, and coal. Today, we need to ask ourselves, what can we do about it? In 2015, a group of brave Filipinos took the lead and filed a landmark petition with the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines to claim their right to a stable climate. Because of their petition, groundbreaking public hearings are happening in the Philippines, New York, and London this year. 47 big companies, including Shell, Exxon, BP, and others are being investigated. They have been invited to face communities, but none of them have showed up so far. We need to hold them accountable, because the outcome of this case can spark hope to vulnerable communities everywhere and give them strength to take action. It will not only benefit the Filipino people, but all of us. Must we wait to lose another loved one? Must we wait for bigger and stronger storms? Must we wait for another tragic story until we reach climate justice? This is our climate story.
Future Generations Climate Justice Project is a consortium project between the National Youth Council of Ireland, Involve Limited, Macra na Firma, Sphere 17, Regional Youth Facility, Swan Youth Service, and YMCA Ireland. This partnership involves young people, youth workers, managers, and climate justice officers, who together seek to explore and highlight the systemic and human rights issues related to the climate crisis.
Sphere 17 is a regional youth service based in Dublin 5 and Dublin 17 who work with young people between the ages of 10 and 24 from a diverse range of backgrounds. We got involved because climate justice is a really big topic worldwide. We want to share knowledge and to give ourselves a platform to talk about issues that affect us and that we care about.
YMCA Ireland is an all-island voluntary organisation that has a long history of working with children, young people, families and the community. YMCA Ireland is part of a global organisation which has a presence in 119 countries across the world, including many YMCAs in the Global South. This project is an opportunity for young people to make a difference, take action for youth-led change, and to help address the climate crisis in a fair and balanced way.
I personally got involved because I wanted the chance to make a change. We can educate ourselves and make informed choices, but we need to use our ideas and passions to make a difference by being part of something bigger.
Macra na Firma represents young people across Ireland aged 17 to 35 years, with a rural connection including young farmers. This project is a great opportunity for our young people to engage with the justice side of things. Science is a large element of the industry, and we can get caught up in the science and forget about the people that it affects.
Farmers need to be part of the solution for climate change, and it will benefit both farmers and everyone in the long run.
Swan Youth Service works with young people aged 10 to 23 years who are living within the North Wall, North Strand area of Dublin. We got involved as it's a fantastic opportunity for young people to increase their knowledge about climate action and climate justice.
Young people and youth workers are working together in all parts of the project. It means it is a learning journey for all. We are the generation which will be affected most by the impact of global warming. We want to be part of the change.
Involve You Project Meath got involved in this project by actually declaring that this project wasn't for us, that it's for middle class confident kids and our guys don't fit into this category. Working within the travelling community, we decided to take part in this project to ask those questions, to ask why is it not relatable? Why does it not appear that young travellers care about climate when we know they do?
NYCI is the representative body for voluntary youth organisations in Ireland. We need everyone to act, but this isn't going to be possible unless we hear everyone's voice.
We got involved to see how we can support young people that have been left out of the climate conversation. How can they feel empowered enough to make their voice heard? How can we explore the intersection of social and environmental issues?
To improve our world and the lives of its citizens, the United Nations has adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At the centre of that agenda are 17 goals that represent the shared vision of all countries to target and overcome global challenges like poverty, injustice, and damage to our planet, to leave no one behind. But what do the UN Sustainable Development Goals mean for Ireland, for our counties, towns, and communities? What do they mean for you? Ireland's Sustainable Development Goals platform is an interactive website which contains information that lets you see how you and your community are progressing against the challenges facing Ireland today, such as youth unemployment and climate change. You can explore and download the data to process offline and help in decision-making, connect to the API to build apps, highlight spatial patterns and discover trends from different regions and time periods, embed analysis on your own website, or sign up to get announcements about upcoming events. Our interconnected world requires global collaboration. All countries' national data will integrate into the United Nations International Hub for the SDGs, where Ireland is one of the featured countries. Everything that happens somewhere. We're already making progress towards the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, right here in Ireland, in our farms and businesses, our schools and sports clubs, our forests and beaches. Check out the website and inform yourself about what is happening in your community today.
The core messages behind our Future Generations project is about the importance of bringing that climate justice lens to how we respond to climate change. The importance of NYCI working collaboratively with some of our member organisations. The importance that this climate justice movement is led by young people from a very diverse range of backgrounds. The project has taken a very holistic approach to partnership in that it includes a broad cross-section of each of the partner organisations, including senior managers, youth workers, and young people. I'm really looking forward to this space today for the first of our controversial conversation series.
Can everybody afford to be green? I don't know. But can we afford not to be green? I think the answer to that is absolutely no. We need to act fast because otherwise it'll be too late.
Climate justice aims to give everyone in society an equal opportunity to take on board climate actions. So, for example, those climate actions might be getting more people to use public transport, getting more people to recycle, or getting more people to use renewable energies.
There's absolutely zero use in only leaving a certain group of people to be sustainable in our society. And we really need to bring everyone forward with us as we transition to a greener society.
We can't blame individuals for not living perfectly sustainably, because there is no such thing as a perfectly sustainable life in the current society that we live in. Our society is unfortunately right now founded on and rooted in fossil fuels. There's a lack of incentive within governments and within industry to make greener options more affordable, and that means that people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds can't meet the higher upfront costs of those kind of green choices.
Even then, electric cars are a more sustainable option, but they're not a sustainable solution by comparison to public transport. We've seen major not only underinvestment, but also deliberate removal of some of the green options.
Who was busily, while she was making me a cup of coffee, was washing and rinsing her milk cartons. And I said to her, "Oh, are you going to the recycling centre?" And she goes, "No, I'm putting them in the blue bin." To which I highlighted the fact that for the past 3 years, that her recycling was not being recycled and it was all being put into the bin. And she got very annoyed. And her whole attitude was, is it just because they think we're travellers that we're not capable of recycling?
If you're coming home from, say, a really long day of work, putting in really long hours as many people do, and you're faced with the choice of either spending some time with your kids or learning about a confusing, abstract concept like the climate crisis, I think I'd know what choice I'd make anyway.
When I think of climate justice, I think a little bit of the coming together or the connect between social and environmental issues. And it's recognizing that interconnectedness and the people's interdependence on each other across the globe is what's really key to better ensuring our understandings of the problem, and really that we have an openness to finding more useful responses. And those responses may be local or regional or national or indeed even global.
Even if you ate the same kilo of beef, if you ate it from an Irish farm versus imported from Brazil, the emissions intensity of that beef is 3 times higher. You would have to eat 3 kilos of Irish beef to have the same emissions as a single kilo. So 3 burgers for every 1 burger, just because the origin of that beef is coming from deforestation beef.
And it's really important that we focus on that and helping those who are most vulnerable, not putting the blame on people who can't afford it, and instead putting the blame on the people, the industries and the governments who are causing the crisis, who are causing this structural issue.
So the whole idea of the Climate Action Bill is to introduce accountability. So essentially it enshrines in law that by 2050, we have to be carbon neutral. If we fail to meet that target, then we open ourselves up as a nation, as a country to litigation. People can take us to court for failing to achieve those targets. So that's the whole idea behind enshrining it in law.
More needs to be done than just being vocal. And I think that's something that we need to take away today, that it is action we need. While advocacy and having your voice heard is very important, I think action is something we need to start.
So much that was such an important perspective to bring into this conversation, because appallingly, and I think it is absolutely horrific, but I actually haven't really heard like a travelling community voice in discussions about climate, which is absolutely not okay. Like that should not be allowed. It shouldn't have even got to today, that this is really the first time properly. So thank you so much. And again, it's about including everyone. And of course, that does include the travelling community. And properly including people as well, as you said, not talking down to people or telling people what they should be doing, but really including them.
The roots of the crisis are in exploitation. They're in industry, and they're large-scale issues with wider society that can't be tackled by individual action alone. But it's something we can change. By making your voice heard, by advocating for justice, by having conversations like this, I think we can put green living in reach. We need to make sure that we're focusing on the roots and really tackling the issues so that it does become accessible, it does become affordable, and we're changing it from the bottom.
How can we facilitate young people who feel further away from the conversation to actually be key players in it? And I think youth organisations and youth workers are so well placed to do that.
Erasmus Plus is one of the European Union's most visible success stories. It builds on the achievements of more than 30 years of European programmes in education, training, youth and sport, covering both intra-European as well as an international partnerships dimension. The Erasmus Plus programme has specific objectives to promote learning mobility of individuals and groups in the fields of education, training and youth, promote cooperation, quality, inclusion and innovation in organisations that work in education, training and youth. The new Erasmus Plus programme for 2021 to 2027 has a bigger budget than previous years. €26.2 billion for all of Europe, compared to €14.7 billion for 2014 to 2020. 70% of this funding will support mobility projects for all, and 30% will be invested in cooperation projects and policy development. Extra funding is available for people with additional needs or with fewer opportunities to support their participation. The programme is dedicated to support, through lifelong learning, the educational, professional and personal development of people in education, training and youth in Europe and beyond. This will contribute to sustainable growth, quality jobs and social cohesion, to driving innovation and to strengthening European identity and active citizenship. The Erasmus Plus 2021-27 programme will achieve these objectives by realising 4 key priorities: inclusion and diversity, digital transitions, environment and the fight against climate change, participation in democratic life. Erasmus Plus promotes equal opportunities and access, inclusion, diversity, and fairness across all areas, with a focus on organisations and participants with fewer opportunities. When designing their projects and activities, organisations should have an inclusive approach, making them accessible to a diverse range of participants.
The Prospera project addresses the challenge that social professionals like social workers or social pedagogues or early years teachers may have in the future in working alongside technologies like social robots or artificial intelligence. At the moment, their educational programs don't really deal with these sorts of issues. So we've identified this, and ultimately we want to produce user-friendly materials that educators can pick up and then apply in their own settings wherever they are across Europe.
We have designed the Prospera project to be inclusive. It includes very diverse groups. So, for instance, the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland are one of our participants. In terms of diversity, we have included colleagues from places like Poland, Spain, Denmark and the Netherlands.
The Alzheimer's Society of Ireland, they're very open to partnerships and to testing out new ideas, like in the Prospero project. Our role in the Prospero project is to, I suppose, test how social robots work in a dementia care setting, how things work on the floor, if you like, rather than in the kind of theoretical textbooks. You get challenged by that, but what happens at the end is that you produce something that is really new and innovative and worthwhile.
The COVID-19 crisis highlighted the importance of digital education, the need for digital transformation, the significance of harnessing digital technologies for teaching and learning, and the demand for developing digital skills for all. Organisations should aim to engage learners, educators, youth workers, young people, and organisations in the path to digital transformation.
The EFDM project is basically about updating existing digital media qualifications from City and Guilds at level 5. So we're updating and we're adapting them. And the reason for this is that we're creating a new suite of digital media qualifications for Europe, and that's to basically assist in helping address the skills gap. We've had really good feedback from students. They've really found that it's addressed a lot of the issues that they had in terms of upskilling. We've really listened to employers and we've identified the key skills, and we've developed 5 units around these key skills. There's so many elements that we've encompassed in the new qualification, so we really feel that we're answering the participants' needs in terms of what they need to do by upskilling.
Environment and climate action are key priorities for the EU now and in the future. The European Green Deal is the European New Growth Strategy. It recognises the key role of schools, training institutions and universities to engage with pupils, parents and the wider community on the changes we need for Europe to become climate neutral by 2050. Organisations and participants should try to incorporate green practices in all projects by taking an environmentally friendly approach when designing their activities. We encourage organisations to discuss and learn about environmental issues, to reflect on local actions, and to explore alternative, sustainable ways of carrying out their activities.
We've been working with the Erasmus Plus programme since 2018. Our project is to design eco-friendly board games. The aims of our project, it was to develop our entrepreneur skills for students, that they would have an awareness of cultures in different countries, and also that they would upskill in the area of technology. We work with 5 other countries, including ourselves, so we work with Spain, Italy, Greece, Croatia and Latvia. All our games are made from recyclable materials, so when we went on our Erasmus trips, it was even incorporated into our mobility, where we were taken to recyclable plants. We were shown how to incorporate it into our games, and we were able to come home then and to move forward with that in our design process.
Strengthening European identity and the participation of young people in democratic processes is of huge importance to the European Union's future. This priority supports people to become actively engaged with their communities and with political and social life. Projects should offer opportunities for people's participation in democratic life and social and civic engagement through formal or non-formal learning.
The projects that we work on always involves social activism and participation, and how we sort of work with that is to ensure that young people from the very offset are involved in the whole process of Erasmus programs. A lot of the programs that we would run here will be based on themes, and that would have come from the young people, so issue-based, what's affecting you in your day-to-day life, how do we make that change, and how do you become sort of an active citizen.
I have been involved in many Erasmus Plus projects, and right now I'm working on one called While We Wait. We had a huge research piece done on the environment. It impacted my life by just giving me, number one, so much confidence, so much more motivation. My leadership skills have increased tenfold. There's too many things. I could go on for days about how it's benefited me.
The majority of young people that start off on the journey of Erasmus with us will start as a participant. Like as a young person just taking part, this sounds good, this sounds exciting, and let's be honest, I get the opportunity to travel. But actually what you see then is that the young person themselves wants to progress. It's an opportunity that often young people don't have, or youth workers, to be able to work in a very safe and secure place with young people and really build that relationship and really empower that young person.
Oh, just do it, go for it and do it, grab everything with both hands, like approach it with your absolute all, because really and truly what you put into these projects is what you get out. You'd be mad not to.
Erasmus Plus has opportunities for many different kinds of people to whom these 4 key priorities matter. University students, staff in education, training and youth organisations, vocational learners and apprentices, adult learners, school pupils, and young people. To find out more and to get your project started, visit www.erasmusplus.ie.
Education, training, youth and sport. The EU cares about them all. Since 1987, the Erasmus programme has been supporting mobility of young people. More than 3 million students have studied in another European country thanks to Erasmus. The upgraded version of the EU programme, adopted by the European Parliament for 2014 to 2020, is Erasmus+. 14.7 billion euros will provide opportunities for over 4 million Europeans to study, train, gain experience and volunteer abroad. This represents more than 2 billion euros a year, in which the majority of funds goes to education and traineeships. 1/10 goes to youth, and a bit less than 2% for sport. There's a stronger focus on improving young people's job prospects and tackling youth unemployment. 5 years after graduation, the unemployment rate of young people who studied or trained abroad is 23% lower than that of their peers who didn't. But who can benefit from these mobility exchanges? Students in higher education, up to 2 million, including 450,000 trainees. Students seeking vocational training and apprentices, up to 650,000 grants. Volunteers and youth workers, about 500,000 young people, and teachers, youth trainers and other staff. Opportunities here for 800,000 people.
Say hi. Hi. Hallo. Bonjour. Ciao. Tahuit. Kaisho.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Welcome to Chile.
Give me one word to describe Ireland.
Home.
Wonderful.
Chaleureux. Nuage.
Alcoholism.
Amazing. Windy.
Give me one word to describe your Erasmus experience.
Marmeladenglas moment. Freeing.
Life-changing.
Salut. Ciao. Ciao. Rafraîchissant.
Togobogi.
The best decision and year of my life.
What?
What would be your favorite memory of Ireland?
My best memory is the dinners we would have together just to catch up and just talk all night.
The only tattoo I'll ever get in Cork, probably, and that's on a friend's handwriting saying "Connu to Alavi." Basically, it means bump into life. Don't be scared to be alive.
Un coucher de soleil sur la plage à Dingle, dans la baie de Dingle, et un gros fail pour tenter de se baigner.
Quand on est allé au Aran Island, qu'on a loué des vélos et que le chien Toby nous a suivis pendant bien 1h30.
Probably the trip to Kerry. I think the west part of Ireland is like beautiful, like the landscapes and the people are so great. And then like the group with whom I went was amazing too. So like I have a lot of good memories. It's impossible to select.
Italiani, Madonna Calma.
Probably just living in the veg house and meeting all the amazing Erasmus people, especially Emmy and Robbie and Jaden and Leah.
À bientôt.
What?
Oh my god. Right in the feels.
Unless you find out as you go, I knew much more then than I do now. Neon hot day glow eyes, the city lit by fireflies. They're advertising in the skies for people like us. And I miss you when you're not around. I'm getting ready to leave the ground.
The upgraded version of the EU programme, adopted by the European Parliament for 2014 to 2020, is Erasmus+. 14.7 billion euros will provide opportunities for over 4 million Europeans.
Our students have to study a second language as part of their degree programmes, and they spend their second year placement working in hotels in France, Spain, Belgium, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Germany and Ireland for international students.
The year started with my twin city. Our children learned about Madrid and the Spanish children learned about Dublin.
Erasmus Plus has grounded me and has shown me the extraordinary impact that youth work can have on young people's lives.
These students at St Bridget's Primary School in Kildare have welcomed teachers from around Europe into their school to learn more about the cultures of their home countries.
One of our directors was already engaged with EVS. She encouraged us to get involved, which we did, so we haven't looked back since.
The growth that you get from that and being able to come back and be confident, and like, it just changes your life altogether.
Lurgus is a national agency for European programmes in Ireland. So we manage exchange programmes across educational spheres from adult education, school education, vocational education, and into youth work and volunteering. When Erasmus began in 2014, it was actually a merger of 7 different European programs that dealt with all of the different sectors individually. So this was a very large transformation from Europe to bring all of those under the same headings and run the program from 2014 up until 2020. And the real aims and objectives of the overall program was around increasing the quality of youth work and education across Europe. So trying to provide opportunities for teachers, schools, organisations and groups to look at what they do and see how they can leverage that through European cooperation to become even better and more relevant today. Erasmus set out to do a number of different things in terms of impact, and it's been tracked over the life of the programs. So we see this through the reports of all of the different projects. We see some statistical reports and improvements in participants, etc. Erasmus had, at the start of this program, approximately 160 million euros to give to organisations all over Ireland. And we've been very, very good and successful in getting that funding out. Every year we've had almost 100% drawdown of all of that funds that has gone out into all of the different educational organisations that are applying to us. And that also then means that, you know, there's a significant number of participants that have those opportunities. So over 70,000 Irish participants have had the opportunity to take part in Erasmus in the life of this programme, which is, I believe, about a 55% increase from the previous programmes.
The Promoting Green Skills Through Games project was an Erasmus Plus project which ran from 2017 to 2019. And the aim of the project was really to help support and enhance climate action education for primary schools and secondary schools. And the main way that the project did this was we developed a mobile digital game called Penji Protects the Planet, which teachers could use to introduce climate action education into the classroom in a fun and sustainable way. So this project involved the Cork Institute of Technology, which was comprised of ourselves in the Department of Technology and Advanced Learning and Clean Technology Centre Cork. Apart from that then, we worked with an excellent game development company based in London in the UK called Cape Koala, Sustainability Experts, Prospecticor in Spain, and PINS in Croatia, and finally with the FHJ University based in Graz, Austria. So I guess one of the biggest challenges in this project is that you're dealing with a huge diversity of subject matter experts, people coming from different backgrounds, different kind of countries. So for example, in this project, we had game developers, we had sustainability experts, we had academics, we had educational technologists. And one of the big challenges is definitely, how do you make sure that everybody is kind of pulling in the same direction? How do you integrate all these different areas of knowledge and expertise into a final, usable, useful product? So definitely having a clear aim, having a clear brief helps a huge amount with that. It helps as well if you're passionate, which I think everybody in this project was, about the kind of main area, about kind of the target audience, about what you want to do for the target audience. One of the really gratifying things in terms of the project was the kind of feedback that we got from teachers, because they were so pleased to have something that could help them introduce this into the classroom in a fun way, that kind of gave them additional resources that they could build upon or even get involved in climate activism. We were told that we had been selected as a European success story by the European Commission. So that was very gratifying, I think, for the partnership. I guess that our efforts had been acknowledged and that I suppose that we were being kind of highlighted as a successful project and a project that had contributed effectively.
In Ireland, adult education is a sector that is working to support communities to be able to access learning opportunities that may not necessarily always be focused on employment. Some of the themes that we would have seen very often, I suppose, in the life of this programme in adult education would be around equality and access to adult education opportunities. And one of the ones that I think stands out in my mind is we funded a project from the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland a couple of years ago, and it was really focused, and quite relevant today, it was really focused on training courses for carers who were looking after family members with Alzheimer's. And they won an award, I think, at European level for that particular project. But that's the kind of project that we would see and the kind of sector diversity that we would see in adult education. Vocational education and training, we work with lots of different organisations across Ireland. Almost in every county in Ireland, there's a vocational education training organisation that wants to take part in Erasmus projects. They're working with young people who are on a different path to education, who maybe aren't going straight into university, but also know that they want to achieve a professional level, a qualification or an apprenticeship. So we would work with a lot of different ETBs and vocational education centres, and we support their staff and their young people to access opportunities all around Europe. The school education sector is probably the one that we've seen the most growth in over the life of this programme. We've seen our participation from schools in 2014 go from 46 schools to over 140 in the 7 years. The types of themes that we see from schools are always so innovative, from looking at STEAM to looking at cultural diversity in the classroom, which is a really strong theme that we see in a lot of schools today. We have a project in Laois where a huge percentage, about 60% of the young students in that school were coming from outside of Ireland and where English was not their first language. And the staff in that school carried out a project with some partners across Europe so that they could just develop their own approach to intercultural learning and developing a more inclusive practice in the school in order to better support those children in their school experience, which is extraordinary. Youth work is very different in lots of different ways to the other educational sectors in that it's not in a formal structure. But quite often it's very planned and it's intentional learning and participation for the young people that are involved in youth work, supported by their fantastic youth workers. We have youth organisations involved in the programmes, and we also have the facility in our programmes to support individual groups of young people. So informal groups of young people can apply. So you don't have to be part of a youth club that you go to the whole time. We have a project called Involve, and it works with young travellers. And they are an organisation that started in the programme in 2014. Dipping their toes in, if you like, to try and see if a youth exchange was something that their young people would be interested to participate in. And 7 years later, that organisation is really deeply involved in strategic projects with other groups all around Europe, where they're looking at the identity issues that their young people face and perhaps some of the discrimination that their young people face on an ongoing basis, and building the confidence of those young people in terms of how they're perceived here, but also how they're perceived in other countries when they travel.
We applied for our first project in 2016, finished off the application in 2017, and we ran a KA1 student mobility project over a 2-year period, which was the academic years 2017-18 and 2018-19. When I first made contact with Lergus, the initial thing was to attend a conference in Dublin called Get Connected, and the aim of that conference was to get connections both here in Ireland and abroad, and try and get a partner. Your first challenge really is your application process for the project. And, it's quite extensive. I did have a really, really great Deputy Principal, Breda Lillis, who would have done a huge amount of work in the background with me in order to get that application over the line. So I think that was definitely our first challenge. And then on the ground, whenever you do the project, certainly from the participants' point of view, there was a couple of little challenges. We had a couple of homesickness issues. Those type of challenges can pop up from the participants' point of view.
I participated in the Erasmus Plus KA1 Student Mobility Project. So the aim of the project was for young people to gain experience abroad. I learned so much about myself and about the industry when I went abroad. I had never worked in a professional salon before. I had just been working for myself. And then it also gave me the encouragement and the nerve to continue my travel afterwards.
Our last project, it spread into 3 different departments. When the rest of the college was able to see their success, it really impacted on it, and we had other department heads wanting to get involved. So we had makeup and design students travel to work on the carnival out in Tenerife. We had the IT department come on board. They had students go to Holland for IT work placement. We had it extended into a staff mobility project, and that really had an impact. You know, we went from 12 students to 60 plus students travelling on student mobility, and staff included separate to that as well. Oh, the support from Lérgos was incredible. You know, when you start this journey, it's information gathering that you begin with, and then the reality kicks in that you have a lot of paperwork and you have a lot of organisation and management to do of a project. There was no questions left unanswered for us. So while part of it was a little bit daunting, I think the support and the help that you get from Lérgos allows you to overcome any of those challenges along the way.
Over the life of the 7 years, the bigger social issues and transformational issues that have happened across Europe have an impact on us, because we're very much living in that space where, you know, we're, as an organisation, we're very connected to our European partners. There's a Lérgos national agency in every other country that we're in contact with, that we're working with on an ongoing basis. One of the biggest aspects of the challenge was that there had been very established identities for the different programs that existed before Erasmus in terms of youth or lifelong learning or school education, and even Erasmus itself, which is known for being a program for higher education. That was the strongest identity that was there. So a big challenge for Lérgos was to continue to communicate with all of the different sectors that we were responsible for and show them that they were the plus, if you like, in Erasmus+, that they had a home in the program. I would say one of the biggest wins that we've experienced in the life of this program of Erasmus has been that we have been really successful in Ireland in bringing more inclusive organisations into the programme, a more diverse range of organisations into the programme. We have more schools, we have more different types of schools, we have more youth organisations, more different types of youth organisations, and so on through the programme. So we've been really successful in doing that and learning how to communicate that. Difference is really good. Difference is what we want. The more difference we have in the programme, the more inclusive we can be. The next cycle of Erasmus Plus starts in 2021 and goes on until 2028. What we do know already is that there are going to be 3 core priority areas across all the different sectors that we will aim to try and connect activity to. One of those is digital. Obviously, at the moment, we're all experiencing the challenges of working digitally. Another, which is unsurprising and dear to my heart, is inclusion. Inclusion will continue to be a huge priority for the programme in terms of really communicating the accessibility of the programme. And the last one is sustainability, and green Erasmus is what we're aiming for, which is interesting in the context of a mobility-based programme. And we're going to be looking forward to seeing the challenges of that and how we can actually be a more sustainable programme in the next 7 years. We will take some of the learnings from the last cycle of Erasmus Plus that we're just concluding, things like how to really support our projects to address European values, bringing them into the everyday lives of their projects and sharing those with their partners across Europe. We will take the experience that we've had in taking really big targets and very sort of high levels of demand and delivering more of that in a programme that's going to have more funding and more opportunities in the next programme life cycle. In the next 7 years, you can expect more of the good stuff that you got in the last 7 years.
family near and far, you'll never be alone. Years pass by, now watch you grow. I'll always remember your first Christmas at home. You're strong and beautiful, heaven on earth, our first miracle. When I see you smile, I can always say I remember you home on your first Christmas day. Your first Christmas day, a day to behold. I'll remember it always as I watch you grow. And those that have passed before you were born are with us today on this Christmas morn. It's your first Christmas at home. An innocent smile, not one since you were torn. I'll hold you to keep your tears at bay as we welcome you home on this Christmas day. Your first Christmas day, a day to behold. I'll remember it always as I watch you grow. And those that passed before you were born are with us today on this Christmas morn. Your first Christmas day, a day to behold. I'll remember it always as I watch you grow. And those that passed before you were born
Zakochaj się w zamku Malbork. Pod takim hasłem zakochani spotykali się co roku 14 lutego w Muzeum Zamkowym w Malborku. Czekały na nich tajemnice zamku, miłosne historie, żarty i zabawa oraz kulinarne niespodzianki. Wyprawy krzyżowe, dwory książąt, miłosne pieśni, procesy czarownic, pojedynki o honor damy serca, niesprawiedliwe uwięzienia, karkołomne ucieczki oraz moc miłosnych zaklęć. Wszystko to pozwalało poczuć magię miejsca i wczuć się w klimat dawnych czasów, kiedy to dzielni rycerze nie obawiali się przelewać krwi dla swoich ukochanych, a szlachetne damy poświęcały majątek dla swoich wybrańców. W atmosferze niepowtarzalnego klimatu malborskiej twierdzy oskarżona o czary Aleksandra odnalazła ratunek w ramionach dzielnego rycerza Walentego, a uwięziony podstępnie król Ryszard mógł wrócić w objęcia pięknej Berengarii dzięki przebiegłości i hojności swojej matki. Dziś, nie mogąc zaprosić zakochanych do naszych wnętrz, życzymy im szczęścia, niewygasającej miłości, wiary w jej cudowną moc oraz wytrwałości i odwagi w walce o szczęście dla swoich ukochanych. W nadziei na rychłe spotkanie dzielimy się z Wami, zakochani, garścią wspomnień z minionych lat. Dla tych, którzy już u nas byli, jest to wspomnienie minionych przeżyć i wrażeń. Dla tych, którzy zamierzają do nas przybyć, jest to zaproszenie do wspólnego przeżywania i dzielenia się tym, co najlepsze.
Marienburg, miasto Marii, witającej w progach najpierw domu zakonników, potem rezydencji królów polskich, w końcu muzeum. Było to również mieszkanie sióstr zakonnych. Dzieła miłosierdzia od wieków były kojarzone z czynami pełnymi miłości, otaczającymi serdecznym współczuciem głodnych, spragnionych, nagich, obcych przybyszów odrzuconych przez innych. Przyjmowaniu wędrowców, grzebaniu umarłych czy odwiedzaniu chorych i tych w więzieniu patronuje święta Elżbieta Węgierska, która mimo młodego wieku, zmarła gdy miała 24 lata, stała się jedną z głównych patronek zakonu Najświętszej Marii Panny, domu niemieckiego w Jerozolimie, realizując dewizę z listu świętego Jakuba: wprowadzajcie słowo w czyn, nie bądźcie jedynie słuchaczami, którzy oszukują sami siebie. Pewna kobieta z Samarii, słysząc prośbę wyrażoną gdzieś około południa, sięgnęła do źródła, by ugasić pragnienie. Po tym spotkaniu sama stała się dla wielu źródłem nadziei. Jedynie w apokryfach odnajdziemy ślady matki pewnej izraelskiej dziewczyny z Nazaretu, przed którą w pewnym momencie padł na kolana cały świat w osobach 3 mędrców, która została królową i która swoim ciałem sięgnęła nieba. Święta Anna patronuje kaplicy będącej miejscem wielu pochówków. Bywa przedstawiana często z córką Miriam i wnukiem Jeszłą jako święta Anna Samotrzeć, opiekunka matek, kobiet rodzących, wdów, małżeństw. Kobiety stojące pod krzyżem na Golgocie uczą, jak pogodzić cierpienie i śmierć z miłością. Święta Helena, matka cesarza Konstantyna, odnajduje sens znaków pozostawionych na ziemi, gdy do nieba jest już tak blisko. Łagodne piękno, wyrzeźbione w twardym kamieniu. Źródło życia, będące obrazem, odbiciem pierwotnego piękna i oddania do końca w służbie narodzin do nowego życia, które podobne będzie do 10 panien opatrujących swoje lampy i niosących światło w ciemności. Drogie panie, nie tylko zamkowe, zechciejcie przyjąć, szczególnie dzisiaj, serdeczne życzenia zdrowia, szczęścia i spokojnego, pełnego wzajemnej miłości, patrzenia w przyszłość, tę najbliższą i tę dalszą.
My name is Agata Rybak. Welcome to Twilight European Network Studio 10 Kilkenny. Today my guest is the Mayor of Kilkenny, Councillor Mr. Andrew McGuinness. I'm impressed very of your social activity and projects. Could you tell me a few words about yourself?
About myself? Well, my name is Andrew McGuinness. I'm 40 years old, believe it or not, and this is my second time to be Mayor of Kilkenny. And I suppose I was in a very unique position recently because I just finished as Chairman of Kilkenny County Council, and then for a week I was both Mayor and Chairman, and now I'm Mayor of Kilkenny. And it's something that I take great pride in because I'm the fourth generation of my family to have served as Mayor. You could say that I grew up in City Hall. I've been in there from when I was 5 years old. I've been at nearly every mayoral election since I was a kid. So I take great pride in it. But to me, the mayoralty is not about the person that wears the chain, it's about the office and the people that the chain represents. So that's who I am. I have 2 children and a partner at home, and I'm looking forward to the year ahead.
Really good. And what does being the Mayor of Kilkenny role involved?
It involves a huge amount of time and a huge amount of work. I suppose in the hearts and minds of the people of Kilkenny, they look up to the office of Mayor, and whenever there's an event on or an official opening of something, it's the Mayor that's there to do it. The Mayor chairs all of the city council meetings, so all of the big decisions that are made for the development of Kilkenny City are made in City Hall, and I'll be chairing all of those meetings for the year. So you're spearheading a lot of projects, and you know, I really enjoy doing that, and it's on behalf of people. And as Mayor, I intend to keep the doors of City Hall open to everyone, community groups like your own group here, like the Twilight Group, all of the various cultures that are represented in Kilkenny. I want to welcome them all into City Hall and make sure that every community is included in all of the work that we do.
You are the Mayor a second time.
Yeah.
So have you ever considered national politics?
You see, the problem I have is my dad is in national politics. So there's not room for the 2 of us there at the moment. And we joke about that all the time in my house, but absolutely I would have a desire and an ambition to progress and to represent Kilkenny on the national stage as a member of Dáil Éireann. And if I get the opportunity to run in an election, of course I will take it, and hopefully the people will want me there.
In Poland and in Europe, the term is 5 years. In Kilkenny also is 5 years. So why you hold the term for 1 year?
The term in Kilkenny is for 5 years, is for the council. It's not for the mayor. The mayor only has ever been 1 year, and the chairman of the council is only 1 year. It's a short time. Of course, I would prefer to be there longer, but there's an election every year, and you know, there's 24 members on the county council, there's 7 members on the city council, and it would be, I suppose, selfish of me to expect or to try to have the mayoralty for 5 years.
What, from your point of view, you think is diminish the role of the position?
It does a little bit, yeah, because you know, it puts an awful lot of pressure on the mayor to achieve everything he wants to achieve in 12 months. It's really not easy, and it's especially not easy when you have a family and children at home, and you're gone all the time, and you're gone at night time to different events, and you're trying to achieve different things. If you were given more time, it would be a lot easier, and you would accomplish a lot more. And maybe down the road that might change, but for now and for as long as I can remember, it's just 1 year, so the pressure is on, but it's a pressure that I kind of enjoy, to be honest.
In Limerick this year, the mayor, like in Malbork, Poland, will be elected to the office by the public. Would you like to see that in Kilkenny?
That's a difficult question, because it would probably be a good way to represent what people want. To have the mayor elected directly, but in defence of the current system, the mayor is really elected by the people because every councillor is elected by the people and then the councillors elect the mayor. A bit like you would see how the Taoiseach is elected in Dublin. A government is formed by the two biggest parties and then those jobs are split, if you like, among those parties. And it's the same at a much smaller level in local politics. But there is an argument on both sides for and against, and really I haven't thought about it long enough to decide what I'd be in favour of, but right now my focus is on my term as mayor for the 11 and a half months I have left.
The city of Kilkenny is twinned with Malbork in Poland. What initiative do you see that has been done, and ones would you like to see being set up into the future?
I'll tell you a funny story about that first. Murty Brennan came in to me when I was mayor last in the town hall, and it was a Monday, and he had the idea of twinning with Malbork, and he showed me all the stuff, and I had researched it myself. That night we had a council meeting, and I walked out to the floor and proposed the twinning with Malbork that night, and it was agreed. So the day he asked, it was done. I think it's really important that we progress that relationship. Not just because of the similarities that Kilkenny shares with Malbork in terms of the castles and all of the history, but because Kilkenny has such a big Polish community, probably bigger than most communities, nationalities and communities that we have in Kilkenny. In fact, some of my best friends are Polish. I've been to Poland a number of times myself, and I think it's really important that we get an opportunity to share our cultures and enjoy our differences and share what we have in common. And there's no better way of doing that than twinning with a different country or a different city, because we get to visit each other, we get to enjoy each other's cultures and learn from each other, which is really important. And I think that's really important for the Polish community in particular in Kilkenny.
Kilkenny, like you mentioned before, has one of the largest Polish diaspora living in the city and county. What do you believe that Kilkenny, a municipal district, and you as mayor can do to support us?
Well, one of the things that I did the last time I was mayor was I had a Polish cultural night in City Hall. And it was significant because City Hall is a significant building that's associated with local democracy and all of the decisions that we make. So to welcome any community into City Hall and to dedicate it to that community for that particular time, I thought was a really nice thing to do. We put a display of Polish art and photography, and we had Polish food, and we all came along and shared it. The Polish ambassador came, and I was very sad to learn today that he passed away. He came and he visited. So I think things like that are really important to do to progress the relationship we have with our Polish friends in Kilkenny, to make everybody feel at home, because it is home, and welcome everybody in the Polish diaspora, and also to progress our twinning with Malbork as well. So I think things like, but another issue or item that comes up often is a Polish school in Kilkenny. And I think it's really important to have, to be able to offer Polish children an opportunity to learn English and to learn different cultures and the different things to expect here in Ireland before they go into the normal schools that we have, because everyone deserves a fair chance. And I think one of the struggles that a lot of children in different foreign communities have is the opportunity to learn English.
The Polish school currently spend a huge amount of money for rent. You think it's any chance that we can also, have to Polish children they might have better chance to learn Polish?
Absolutely, and I think that's something that the government need to look at. I think the government need to look at providing funding for projects like that, not just in Kilkenny, but all over the country. The Polish diaspora in Kilkenny is not just the biggest one in Kilkenny, but probably in the whole country. And I think it's really important to have facilities like that. And we can't expect different communities to just have the money to be able to provide these things. The government needs to provide funding for all of these projects for our citizens, because at the end of the day, we're all citizens of Ireland.
And finally, what would you like to say to Polish community as we celebrate 7th Polska Eire Festival? I'm
looking forward to the festival myself. It's a pity that COVID is kind of getting in the way of all of these events, and I'm looking forward to getting back to normal. And I think that this festival is in the first week of July, and hopefully all our doors will be open wide enough for us to be able to enjoy each other's company properly again. So I'm looking forward to that festival. I will be there representing the people of Kilkenny, whatever community you're part of, as mayor, and I'm looking forward to taking part in that festival with the Polish community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that you found the time to speak with us. Andrew McGuinness, Mayor of Kilkenny, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Hi folks, and welcome to my vlog. We're coming from sunny Graignamanagh today, and we thought we'd do something completely different from what I've normally done. We're going to visit the Mount Everest of County Kilkenny, or probably better known to you as Brandon Hill. And I have my Sherpa guide with me. She's a local photographer. It's Lottie here. And we have Ben as well joining us for this expedition. So on we trot. How far have we got? How long do you reckon it will take us to get to the top from here?
Maybe 2 hours, maybe.
2 hours?
Maybe less.
Maybe less, okay. I will take the less anyway. So, okay, so we're going to show you a few sights and sounds en route, and some aerial footage if we can squeeze that in, and see how it goes. We're about 500 metres just uphill from Brandon Hill camping, just to give you an idea of my location. And look at those lovely mountains in the background. The one in the centre, that's Mount Leinster. I'm not sure about the one on the right, but the centre one, Mount Leinster, is actually one of the highest mountains in this area, if not the highest, at something like 796 metres above sea level. We're still a bit of a way to go, but I'm going to spoil you now. Here is a magnificent view, our first view, official view of Brandon Hill, and that looks like a cross at the top. Is it? Is that a cross?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, cool. She says it's a cross, so I believe her. Reached our first gate, our first obstacle to get up the hill, and it's this gate here, and Lottie will be kind enough to open it for me because I'm a lazy git, which you all know. Well, not too lazy because I'm hiking this all the way to the top. Better close that behind me. See, you have proof I'm a good boy, and I close the gates after me because you don't want wild animals getting in and out of the place. And looking back at the amazing scenery, we've just walked up that road there, and look at the blue sky. That is amazing. You rarely get to see sky that colour over here, and in fact you rarely get to see or experience weather like this in Ireland. It's usually grey skies and rain. We've so been blessed over the last few days here. As we're going up the hill, just to the right-hand side, looking over the countryside, the hill with the 3 mobile phone masts on it, right in the centre of the frame right now. That's Coppana, and just beyond it, Bennett's Bridge Village, and beyond that again, if you go right in a straight line, you reach Kilkenny City, where I'm based. Now, if you're desperate for a drink, water that is, and there's no sign of any, you've forgotten your bottle or something like that. It's Frainie's Well. What's that like? What's the water like from down there?
Fresh.
Lottie said it's fresh, but she said she drank it as a little girl, but she's still alive. How far have you got to go? About 5 minutes? Okay. And let's continue our trek to the summit of County Kilkenny. And so the track we're on has just made a sharp bend to the left, so we're slightly higher, and here's a sign to let us know we're on the right track. Follow the cross to the left with what's left of the sign. It looks like a bit of a scary bit we're approaching. Some dark woods, as you can see, just entering them. A bit spooky, but we have little Ben here to protect us from any monsters. We continue our trek, but it is very pleasant, I must say. It's a different terrain. You have this path in front of us, a bit rocky in parts, but keeps you on the right track anyway. Got a lovely sliver of light coming through the trees up ahead. And these dark woods were barely with us for 2 or 3 minutes, but now out of the darkness and into the light, like magic. Wow. Now we've reached a junction and we didn't know which way to go, but we ran into a couple of local hikers and they were good enough to tell us which way to go. We do not go right, we go to the left. And Lottie's gone ahead of us there. Yeah, it could be better well signposted, but at least with my guidance, you'll know which way to go because it was so tempting to take the right fork. But onwards and upwards, as they say.
All along the lonesome highway, the road is long and the nights are cold. The dream remains but now is fading, signs of aging, so I'm told. I've seen the lights go down on Broadway, people lost in an endless week. I've heard the cries of a newborn baby, her mother's tears on our TV screens, and we wonder where we're going, and we can't get there too soon. Never think about tomorrow, on the bright side of the moon, on the bright side of the moon. Through the dark we'll go on searching for that bright eternal we, while we take what we can plunder in the name of liberty. So is our conscience weighed, and often a drop of rain in an endless sea. Think about what wise men told us, we've only got one chance to see, and we wonder where we're going, and we can't get there too soon. Never think about tomorrow, on the bright side of the moon. If we lose what we take for granted, if we build for the sake of stone, burn the land in the name of progress, will it end where we call home? So if you're on this lonesome highway, the road is long and the nights are cold, hold a dream for those who hope for a better day than the one before. And we wonder where we're going, and we can't get there too soon. Never think about tomorrow, on the bright side of the moon. And we wonder where we're going, and we can't get there too soon. Never think about tomorrow, on the bright side of the moon, on the bright right side of the moon.
Hér líkur fyrri hluta Evróputónleikana.
Good afternoon and welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and distinguished guest ambassador. Welcome to Kilkenny. And as you probably know, today we're here for the national launch of the Polska Eire Festival. It's something that we've been working on for some time. Julian has put together a very strong committee, and they've been planning this organisation of this festival for some time now. Last year we didn't have one here. The National Festival was organised around the Polish-Irish football game, and we weren't prepared in time to have one, but this year, through Julian's good work, we now have one, and hopefully it'll continue on into next year where we'll make it even a bigger festival. What we're going to do now, quickly, we're going to have a few people who are going to address you, and the first person will be John Hurley, the CEO of Kilkenny Chamber.
Good evening, everybody, and it's my pleasure to welcome you here on behalf of the business community in Kilkenny. Kilkenny is a wonderful place. We believe very strongly in it. We have a strong heritage in the business area as well. But the world is a small place. Indeed, Ireland is a small place. And it's great now to have the opportunity to interact more with countries and people of different nationalities and explore how we can do things together. obviously my interest is in the area of business, how we can do business together. And I believe looking at and listening to the guys in preparation for this, there's some great opportunities for Kilkenny to engage with the Polish community. And we have a number, Julian has a number of initiatives that we can embrace and get up and running as part and parcel of the Polska Eire Festival. So it's delightful to be here. I'm delighted you all came, and thank you for your support, and I look forward to working with you all to our mutual benefit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, John. I'd like to welcome up is Joe Malone, who has been very helpful in the process so far.
When Murty came to me a few months ago last year to get involved here, I took it on from the town hall level, and Andrew was there before me. And anything that we can do to promote Kilkenny on the international stage is welcome. And it's just back from Italy in Italy. We have an agreement over there with them, and we're hoping to go to Poland in a couple of weeks' time. And as we're here, the decision's been made over County Hall. So we're hoping, because we need to keep the links going. There's a big community of Polish people in Kilkenny City and County, and they're working in the industry, mostly in the hospitality area. And I know in my own club across the river in O'Loughlin's, there's youngsters from the Polish community there as well, and they're embedded in our schools. And I've no doubt they're going to live here and make their home here, and that's very welcome. And I'd also like to say that I'm delighted that you choose Kilkenny to come here to launch this today, and there's a full programme of events. And it's on the programme there, and I'm hoping to go to some of them if I can. And one in particular will be the community one over in New Park Close, in the FRC, as we call it, the Family Resource Centre. And if anybody hasn't been over there, I would suggest at some stage that they will go over there, because the work that they do on the ground in New Park Close is second to none, led by Sheila Donnelly. Murty is involved with the soccer club over there as well, and they do great work, and they really epitomise what community means. I've been over there for 3 years on the board, and I learned so much, and there's a lot of Polish people over there. And on Saturday there's an event in it, as I said, so hopefully people will attend. So I wish you well during from now until the 22nd, and hopefully the weather will stay good as well. And I know the Watergate, Mr. Cody there is there as well. There's an event taking place down there. So thanks very much. God bless.
Thank you very much, Joe. There is a number of events, as Joe said, going on for the week. And tonight there's an event above in the watershed, and Teresa Welch has been instrumental in organising that with us, because we have the Kilkenny National Basketball League team who will be taking on the Multicultural Sharks. And that game throws off at 7:30. But prior to that, there will be the Dragon's Lair doing an exhibition of martial arts. Now, I've seen this before. It was for another ambassador that was here, the Japanese ambassador, and it was absolutely fantastic. Speed, agility that these guys have, and timing is incredible. It's well worth actually going. It's a 15-minute exhibition. As you say, this process started back in April, and from that then we went into the Polska Eire Festival. One of the reasons why we're so involved in the community and the sports is that we want to set up such a way that we can actually do a proper exchange programs in Poland, in education, cultural, arts, and also then in the commerce end of it. And it's one of the things that we're trying to look at as well, is where we can include people with disabilities. One of the major things that we've taken on, myself and Louise Burke involved in the Twilight group, we've taken on the Gold Star, which is to make Kilkenny accessible to all, and that it'll become, they can advertise it as a city that welcomes all people with all disabilities, and we're working on that at the moment with Paul Brophy's involved in the committee as well. Finally, this gentleman I would have met before. We came and we had a walk around Kilkenny City, and we went to a number of different places as we just got to see the city. It was the first back in May, I think it was, of last year. And one of the places we did visit was actually the New Park Family Resource Centre. And as I say, on Saturday there's a big family day up there. So I'd like to welcome the Ambassador to Kilkenny, if he'd like to take the podium, Richard Sarkovich.
Good evening, everyone. Indeed, I remember the last visit I've been here, so I was delighted to see the family center, and the more that the center, there were, I think, something like 12 ethnic groups represented there. Of course, Polish two kids were also present there. And I also was in city council to meet the Polish diaspora for the first time. It's not the correct word, diaspora. It's just simply to meet Poles. And also, what was very interesting for me to see a brewery, and the going back centuries tradition of brewing the Smithwick and wonderful Kilkenny beer right now. So I accepted with pleasure proposition just to have an opening of the festival here, because I think it's, for many reasons, Kilkenny is very good for opening festival. At first, it's centrally located, and we would like to show other big cities that they are not only one in and they shouldn't monopolize all the events, event. We would just to show that these 100 events, which are organized under umbrella Polish Era Festival, are located in different cities, small one, medium size, and big ones. And among medium size, Kilkenny is the best. The first is I would say, one of the main important cultural center. I think I'm correct about that, because I know that in this city is something like 10, 12 festivals organized every year. So it will be yet another one to the collection. So I am really glad that it happens here. And what is special about this festival, the Polish Era Festival? At first, it's not an ethnic festival, so it's not addressed only to Poles. It's organized by Irish and Polish, and it's also, it's addressed to the society. So there are a few things which makes this festival special. At first, scale, because it's 100 events. It's not easy to organize, and you can imagine the 100 events. So it means that at least a few thousand people would be attending all the events, and all over the island. And another important, let's say, feature of this festival is diversity, because it's not only cultural festival. It's a festival which covers practically every aspect of our lives. So it covers business, education, sport, and cultural events. So practically everyone can find something interesting for him to come to attend those events. And the other specificity of this festival is it is festival which is organized, let's say, starting from the grassroots. So it's not organized by politicians. It's not from the governments. Of course, we support, and Department of Justice support the festival. But what is done by people, Irish and Polish. Just let me mention two people. Martin Brennan, thank you very much, because you were very excellent, very helpful, and I am really, having in high esteem such person who just spending endless and countless, hours working for such a cause. And also Julian Grudzki. What is you? So, as you see, we have this perfect match for integration. Thank you very much.
Kilkenny City is the medieval capital of Ireland. It is now considered to be one of the more friendly places in Europe for visitors and work people to come to. We have many heritages and international sites, including Kilkenny Castle, one of the largest castles in Ireland. We also have Roadhouse, which is the only walled Tudor home in Ireland. We also have the Smithwick's Brewery experience, where we can go back to the history to 1827 when Smithwick's was first brewed here in Kilkenny, and now the family history is contained in the brewery for a tour for all to see. Kilkenny City is called after St. Canice, and also we have St. Canice's Tower and St. Canice Cathedral, one of the two cathedrals we have here in Kilkenny. Kilkenny City hosts a lot of festivals. We do have festivals throughout the year, including the Katzlaff, the Polska Eire Festival, the Rhythm and Roots, now all international festivals which many people tour from Europe and likewise to come and see this.
Otwarcie całego festiwalu na Irlandii odbyło się w Kilkenny w centrum sportowym Watershed. Przygotowaliśmy 2 atrakcje dla przybyłych gości i dla ludzi, którzy postanowili przyjść i nas wspierać. Pierwszą z nich był występ i demonstracja japońskiego jiu-jitsu wykonana przez Dragon Slayer Martial Arts z Kilkenny. Pokaz bardzo wszystkim się podobał. Składał się z 2 części, z pokazu sztuki walki i później z tradycyjnego japońskiego łucznictwa. Nawet ambasador miał okazję postrzelać sobie z łuku, więc było to coś bardzo ciekawego. Po pokazie Dragon Slayer odbył się mecz towarzyski koszykówki lokalnej irlandzkiej drużyny przeciwko wschodnioeuropejskiej drużynie złożonej z przybyłych z różnych krajów i mieszkających w Kilkenny zawodników. Mecz był bardzo ekscytujący, czasami wzbudzał duże emocje na trybunach. Wynik tego może nie pokazał końcowy, ale mecz był ciekawym doświadczeniem i wszystkim się bardzo podobał. Także duże brawa dla wszystkich zawodników za pokazany charakter na boisku. W bibliotece w Kilkenny otwarta została również wystawa dotycząca zamków i muzeów wokół Morza Bałtyckiego. Chcieliśmy, żeby wystawa nie dotyczyła tylko Malborka jako głównego zamku, ale połączyliśmy ją z wystawą innych zamków i muzeów wokół Morza Bałtyckiego, więc ludzie mieli okazję oglądać zamki i piękne miejsca do zwiedzania z krajów dookoła morza, z Litwy, z Łotwy, z Estonii, z krajów skandynawskich, z Niemiec czy też z Polski. Zaprosiliśmy również wieloletniego przewodnika po zamku z Kilkenny, Franka Kawana, żeby zrobił nam krótkie seminarium dotyczącego historii, które odbyło się 17 maja. Na otwarcie festiwalu postanowiliśmy zorganizować pokaz mody. Przygotowanie modeli na wybieg zajmowała się Anna Adamowska przy współpracy z Karen Morrissey. McDonald's Junction udostępnił nam miejsce na przeprowadzenie wszystkiego i przygotowania. Także pokaz cieszył się ogromnym sukcesem. Niesamowite doświadczenie zdobyli modele i modelki, którzy brali w tym udział, szczególnie dzieci, dla których Każde takie doświadczenie to niesamowita sprawa, więc były bardzo podekscytowane tym faktem. Zanim rozpoczął się typowo tydzień festiwalowy, zorganizowaliśmy konkurs artystyczny pod patronatem i sponsoringiem Kujawiaka. Cieszył się on ogromnym powodzeniem z uwagi na toczący się proces bliźniaczenia z Malborkiem. Konkurs dotyczył, jego tematem przewodnim były zamki, więc wszyscy byli zobligowani do narysowania, namalowania bądź użycia innej techniki związanej z zamkami. Oprócz wystawy artystycznej równocześnie otwarta była tam wystawa dotycząca typowo Malborka z materiałami promocyjnymi w języku angielskim dla populacji irlandzkiej i innych nacji, żeby wiedziały, co to za miasto i jaki zamek się tam znajduje i inne atrakcje. Wystawa ta była otwarta przez 3 dni i cieszyła się również bardzo dużym powodzeniem. W sobotnie popołudnie odbył się piknik sportowo-rodzinny, który cieszył się ogromnym powodzeniem. Wśród wielu atrakcji dla dzieci, jak dmuchane zamki, malowanie twarzy. Mieliśmy również darmowego grilla zrobionego przez sklep Kujawiak. Przyjechali do nas również goście z Karlo z zespołu Max Band, którzy grali na żywo. Punktem kulminacyjnym całego pikniku, jakby jego zamknięciem, był mecz towarzyski pomiędzy drużyną New Parku a drużyną złożoną z polskich ochotników spośród uczestników festiwalu. Podczas festiwalu zorganizowaliśmy również wystawę fotograficzną. Nosiła ona tytuł Irlandia poprzez polski obiektyw. Wystawione zdjęcia były dziełem Tomasza Grzalczyka, Milana Knapika i Dariusza Antoszczyka, mieszkających tutaj w Irlandii i działających w branży fotograficznej. Cieszyła się bardzo dużym powodzeniem. Kafejka Bosko, gdzie były wystawione prace, poprosiła o przedłużenie wystawy, więc została ona zdjęta dopiero po 3 tygodniach i cieszyła się bardzo dużym powodzeniem i bardzo wielu Irlandczyków wyraziło zadowolenie z takiego pomysłu, gdyż mogli zobaczyć, jak Irlandię widzą Polacy mieszkający tutaj.
Walking all the day near tall towers where falcons build their nest. Silver wing they fly. They know the call of freedom in their breasts. So black-head against the sky with twisted rocks that run down to the sea. Living on your western shore, saw summer sunsets, asked for more. I stood by your Atlantic Sea and sang a song for Ireland. Talking all the day with true friends that try to make you stay. Telling jokes and news, singing songs to pass the night away. Watch the Galway salmon run like silver dancing, darting in the sun. Living on your western shore, saw summer sunsets, asked for more. I stood by your Atlantic Sea
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Watergate Theatre. This is the closing concert of the Polska Eire Festival, which was held here in Kilkenny for the very first time. Big hand of applause for the lovely Polish costumes. And on this side, we have our Irish girls, and Lorraine is going to come forward to me for a second. As there's a couple of other nationalities here tonight, Lorraine decided before the show she was just going to show you a few steps of Irish dancing. Thank you very much, Lorraine. Now, that's the Evelyn White School of Irish Dancing. So if anybody wants to learn Irish steps, just contact Evelyn and she'll be glad to accommodate you. Anna.
Dobry wieczór Państwu, witam serdecznie na ostatnim dniu festiwalu Polska Eire.
Now, the first act we have on tonight, we have a show that's been put together. We have an Irish act, then we have, just before the start, before the end of the first half, we'll have two guys from the Flying Column who are going to sing for you as well. And in the second half, then there's Capella Malusa. So the first act on stage are one of Irish finest musicians' families. This group, you'll be hearing an awful lot of them in the future. These are one of the most up-and-coming bands that we have here in Ireland. Will you please welcome on stage the Carty Sisters.
Poproszę powitać serdecznie Carty Sisters.
This next one is an old Irish piece that we're excited to play for you, and it's one of our favourites. This one's called Step It Out Mary. Sing along if you know it. We don't mind. One. Okay. In the village of Kilgorby, there's a maiden young and fair. Her eyes, they shone like diamonds. She had long and golden hair. Then a countryman came riding up to her father's gate, mounted on a milk-white stallion. He came at the stroke of fate. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countryman. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countryman. I have come to wed your daughter, Mary, I have the golden hair. I have gold and I have silver, I have land beyond compare. I will buy her silks and satin and a gold ring for her hand. I will buy for her a mansion, she'll have servants to command. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countryman. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countryman. I don't want your gold or silver, I don't want your house or land. Mary's father spoke up sharply, you will do as you were told. You will have his house in silver, you will wear his ring of gold. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countryman. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countryman. Of Kilgorry, there's a deep stream running by. They found Mary there at midnight she'd drown with her soldier boy. In the village there is music you can hear. Her father says, step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Sunday is your wedding day. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countryman. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Step it out, Mary, if you can. Step it out, Mary, my fine daughter. Show your legs to the countryman. Thanks so much. Thank you. Tell me my fortune, don't leave me blind. What do the stars in the skies read? Do they treat me kind? To ruin the surprise, but now I can't see what's in front of my eyes, and knowing it surrounds me, it's full of true lies, and life is too perfect. So tell me my fortune, don't leave me blind. What do the stars in the skies read? Do they treat me kind? I'm searching for the answers, hope they're falling from the skies. And when I do find them, I'll try to compromise. So tell me my fortune, don't leave me blind. What do the stars in the skies read? Do they treat me kind? Lately I'm finding it's not true when we see eye. But what's true is not knowing how to get lost and what to find. So tell me my fortune, don't leave me blind. What do the stars in the skies read? Do they treat me kind? So tell me my fortune. So tell me my fortune. Thank you.
What a fantastic performance. The Cardi Singers. Let's give them one more round of applause for that performance.
Please for the big applause for the girls.
What we have now, right, is probably, I don't know if you're aware, 1916, was this year we had the centenary anniversary of it. And with us tonight we have two guys from the Flying Column who were the local group that went around to all the different societies and they actually performed a few songs. First on stage, will you please welcome Philip Cody, and he's going to sing "Oh Danny Boy."
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the flowers are dying. 'Tis you must go and I must buy. But call me back when summer's in the meadow. Oh, when the valley's hushed and white with snow, I'll be here in sunshine or in shadows. Oh, Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so. And if you come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead as well may be, you'll come and find a place where I am lying and kneel and say an Ave dear for me. But I shall feel your footsteps above me, and on my grave will warmer, sweeter be. If you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until you come to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on now, there are two brothers. So coming on now is Gerard Cody. If Gerard would like to come onto the stage here, Gerard. Walkie. Now this type of singing actually is, was mentioned in the first part, it's Sanos singing. And Gerard had many years of practice down below in the brewery club. Many a night I heard him singing. And many a night I wished I hadn't heard him singing. So Gerard, stage is yours.
Come by the hills to the land where fancy is free, and stand where the peaks meets the sky and the lochs meets the sea, where the ribbon run clear and the bracken is gold in the sun, and the cares of tomorrow must wait till this day is done. Come by the hills to the land where life is a song, and stand where the birds fill the air with their joy all day long, where the trees sway in time and even the wind sings in tune, and the cares of tomorrow must wait till this day is done. Come by the hills to the land where legends remain. The stories of old brings the heart and may it come again, where the past has been lost and the future is yet to be won, and the cares of tomorrow must wait till this day is done, and the cares of tomorrow must wait till this day is done.
That's the flying column, and as I said, they did the 1916 100-year commemoration.
Good evening. We are Kapela Maliszów. We are the family band, but as you can see, we are not sisters. My dad Jan, sister is Zuzanna. You can call her Susan.
Kasper.
And I'm Kasper. First 4 songs will be our traditional songs from south of Poland.
Proszę sobie wyobrazić, że u nas jeszcze w górach żyją takie starsze osoby, które potrafią tak szybko tańczyć.
So that's how older people in Poland dance. And it was called haczok. So the next song will be the last one, and it's special because we learned something for you. We'll now play something Irish. I hope it's going to go well. Don't judge us.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Kapela Maliszów, Zuzanna Malisz, lat 13, Kacper Malisz, lat 16.
Jan Malisz, lat 20.
Hey, big thank you to the kapela Maliszów. Poproszę o wielkie brawa. Byli fantastyczni i to był wspaniały klimat. Dziękujemy. Marty.
Now we've come to the end of the evening, but we've just one or two more things to do first. And the first thing we're going to do is I'd like to invite Joe Malone up onto the stage, our mayor. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Joe has been instrumental and very helpful to ourselves in a number of projects this year, where you possibly all know by now we are twinning Kilkenny City with Malbork, and the first half of that takes part in June. So what we're going to have tonight is we have the draw for the tickets, and before so I'd just like to ask Joe just to say a few words on what he thought of the first festival of the Polska Eire here in Kilkenny.
Thanks very much, Marty. And Anna, when I came in first, I thought it was the Eurovision, and now we will call on the Kilkenny jury, and I'm waiting on it. Was it good? big thank you to Murty and to Anna for the being MCs here tonight, and the Carty sisters in the first half of the show, and the Cody brothers and the Polish family. I have to say, the Polish family, when they did the rendition of the Irish music, they're absolutely fantastic, and I have no doubt they have a future in Irish music as well. And it's great that the Polish and Irish communities have come together this past week. It's been the first festival here in Kilkenny, and I hope it's not the last. I hope to have it here again next year, because it has been a success. I launched it on Monday over in Butler House, and I went to one or two things after that. Did the basketball over in the Watershed, and the fashion show over in McDonagh, and they had a day over in New Park Close yesterday, and the finale is tonight, and I think it was fantastic. But I know they weren't really part of the act, but I was just sitting over on the left there near Des Murphy, who did MC at the fashion show and did a very good job. But these little boys and girls here were dancing in the costume up and down, and they were very good. I think they deserve a round of applause. So it's been a great week, as I said, and the Polish community, you played your part along with the Irish people as well, and we're well able to mix the culture. We have a lot of things in common, and let's build on it for next year. And as Murty said, there's a twinning going on in the next couple of weeks over in Moldar in Poland, and we hope to have put the final touches to that as well. And the other day I opened the restaurant just down here on the edge of the street. It's the steakhouse, the charcoal steakhouse, and the proprietor is from the Czech Republic, but his wife is from Poland, and her father is a mayor in a town next door to where we'll be going in a few weeks' time, so that's another link as well. So here's to next year, and thanks very much. Sorry, look, to be honest with you, it probably wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Murty. Murty came to me, I suppose, last May before I took up the office as mayor. Andrew was there at that time, Andrew McGuinness, and he was the one that sold it to me. He's done a tremendous job, and with the Polish people as well, Julian and the rest of the gang. I think you should give Murty one good hell of a round of applause, because he's been fantastic not just all week but all year. So here's to Murty.
And now we will talk a little bit about the winner of art competition. Yes. Yeah. The big sponsor is the Kujawek shop. I hope so. The girls from the Kujawek is here. Yeah, I see you. We start from the over 16 winner. The first one is a Julia Petruca, and the second place is a Louis Baggy. The third place is the winner
Dominika
Młynarska.
You hear, Dominika? Yeah. Yes, come on up, Dominika, come up. Just come on up, Dominika.
Category winner 12 to 16 is the Vincent Górnicki.
I believe Victor is here, yes?
No, I think so, no.
No? Yes?
Yes.
We saw him moving over here, yeah. Unless he's going to the toilet, no?
Under 12 category winner is Subari, I'm so sorry, Gunjon Satish. Yeah. Big applause. I'm so sorry. second place. You can read now.
Thank you very much. No, it's not me, sorry. Martina Rojaski.
Rajczuk.
Rajczuk. Well, I got the first part. Martina here?
Yeah, of course.
Hey.
And the third place is Malwina Siarnik.
Hey. Okay, just fill it out just as you are.
We also have the special awards. They go to the Bartłomiej Handzel, voucher of 50 euro, and Zuzia Sobocińska.
Big round of applause for all our winners. Now, if anybody would like to take a photograph, please, if you just move over, ladies, over this way. And we'll get anyone who wants to take a photograph, just come to the front of the stage there and we'll get some photographs. Personally, it's been a great honour to work with the poetry community this year, and hopefully we can progress into a lot more. As I say, what we're trying to do is we are twinning Kilkenny City with Marlborough, but that's not just going to be a political thing. What we're trying to do, I think a lot of people know by now, is we're trying to twin sporting clubs, schools, culture, arts, and hopefully we'll get exchange programs going. So it actually is going to be run by the community. So if any of you are involved in any clubs or anything like that, you come to us and we'll try and actually twin it with a club similar to your own in Poland. And that's the idea, these twinnings, that we're going to make contact and do a networking of towns throughout Europe. But the final thing causing me now to call on Joe Malone to officially close the Polska Eire Festival 2016.
Okay, as I said, it was a great week. It started last Monday and it's finishing tonight. And great credit goes to Murty and all the organisers. And the Carty sisters are still in the background inside, and the Polish family are still there as well. A great night's entertainment. It's a fantastic week, and here's to next year, and we can build on it again for next year. Well done to everybody, and good night and God bless.
Idę na koniec jeszcze powiedzieć kilka słów. Wiem, że już jest późno, chcecie iść do domu. Gratuluję wszystkim zwycięzcom, no i gratuluję wszystkim, którzy tu są, bo jesteście zwycięzcami tego wieczoru. Dobranoc.